Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. 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 The web structure was unaffected. Bug Spider, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was unaffected. Raised over 100 young. The mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found the mate, and raised over. The crack cocaine spider figured building furniture was full socket. The spider was exhausted.
What up,
Jim, you're a
homies?
phantom.
I'm a phantom.
You're the fog man. This is perfect.
It is perfect. It looks great. It looks like a blue light. There's blue and orange and pink.
These are the noble gases that are inside of neon lights.
Nice. You're like a
Noble gases.
club chameleon.
A rainbow salamander. What's up, guys? Did you have a good week?
Gordy, did you pick the snack based on the title? He's eating a banana in case anybody is listening later on RSS feed.
Yes, cheers, gentlemen.
It's a big one.
Great.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
How was our week? That was the opening salvo.
It was a great week.
I already got fallacies into it, so there we go. It's already off to a good start.
Bada boom.
Welcome, everybody. So you had a great week?
I had a good week. How about you guys?
Feel like I've been dreaming, like I've been in a deep, deep rest. And then I realized I survived Blue Monday. Blue Monday, the third Monday in January, the saddest day of the year in the Northern Hemisphere.
I thought that was a song by Orgy from the 90s.
That's a song by New
it's
Order,
New
which was
Order.
covered by Orgy.
Oh, see,
Thank
Spotify
you,
led me
Alan.
wrong.
Of course it did.
They always do.
They always do.
They always do.
They wouldn't want you thinking about any new order.
That's
World order.
right. That's right.
Rather focus you on orgies, I guess. Which Rasputin was reportedly quite famous for.
Yes,
He
indeed.
would orgy all day and then go drink all night and then report for his duties in the morning and repeat that without sleeping.
And party every day.
That's the mythos anyway. I think we might be challenging the mythos a little bit.
So his birthday was yesterday, right? The 21st.
Right, which we didn't know until you looked that up when we were already talking about him.
That was really crazy. So a lot of this was kind of sparked off for me last week. Chance, when you mentioned Jupiter entering Aquarius, which is Jupiter's dominion, his domain. It's where he belongs, right?
You tell me.
I believe so. I think Jupiter belongs in Aquarius. Jupiter is a gas giant, allegedly, and Aquarius is the air sign. And so it makes a lot of sense. And I've got my gears turning, thinking about Putin being poised and ready to move back into Ukraine, where Russia has dominion. It has in the past as the USSR. Then they went away, and then they came back again as Russia, and now they're left again. Now they're coming back again to return to continue the cycle. And I see Putin definitely as a Jupiterian icon, absolutely in a million billion ways. I see him as a Jupiter because of his name. Obviously, he's also a real badass. It's Sistema, and also just an interesting fact. So Velikovsky predicted that Jupiter was giving off immense levels of radiation and radio waves. And he told Einstein his reasoning for this. And Einstein was a naysayer for most of Velikovsky's life. They went many years before a bunch of chumps at some no-name school, they discovered that Velikovsky was right. And that was one of the scientific discoveries that brought Velikovsky, vindicated him in a major way. And then Einstein went and tried to write a blank check so that Velikovsky could consummate the rest of his work and the rest of his theories, because it was like a big breakthrough in their lifelong debate about electric universe over gravity.
Okay, just take this for what it is, not what I actually think, but conspiracy brain going off a little bit about Velikovsky, characters like him. Not to say his work should be discredited, but I wonder sometimes if they select a character, they give them some information that's going to make them look like a visionary, something that was already known by the C, if you will, those who watch, the episcopacy, if you will.
Nice.
Or the bishopcy, whatever. And so you get this nice chunk of information to make you look like a genius, but it's something that was going to be soon discovered by where collective technology was at anyway. And then you've got everyone's faith in this individual, and they can do that paralleling thing that
Paralleling.
SB talks about,
Yeah.
where they give you a lot of correct information, but craft it to the narrative that's desired still.
Yes. Yep. I see where you're going there. Yep. And that's one of the things that's kind of dangerous about Velikovsky is exactly what you said. But one thing I see him as, like he's like decoder glasses to me for the cosmology of the Saturnian death cult. And so if we want to see the message that they're putting out into the archetypes, into the collective.
Saturn, the ruler of Aquarius, traditionally before Uranus was assigned to it.
Aquarius or
Aquarius. Technically, Uranus rules Aquarius now in modern astrology, but the ancients assigned Saturn to it.
Oh, interesting. There is really
and now it's said Uranus is like the light side of Aquarius and Saturn is the dark side, according to Google astrology results.
Interesting. Yeah. Thinking about Putin going into Ukraine, Ukraine actually translates the name of it as like borderland. And Ukraine has a long history of kind of being claimed by like even Poland claimed Ukraine, and then USSR, and then all these down in some within the Persian countries had control of it. So it's always, different people are always jumping on the seat on that chariot or that vehicle. And right now it's going to be a hotbed. It's just been set up for ever since Hunter Biden was putting contractors in place. They got 120 military contractors just having a heyday in the Ukraine right now. It's totally a setup, y'all. Anyway, so I started thinking about that. And then I randomly stumbled across a breakdown of Rasputin. And I was like, this is amazing that Putin and Rasputin have such similar names. And there are people out there who go way out of their way to try to tell us that like Rasputin never died and Putin is like the immortal vampire incarnation of Rasputin. It's that, it goes way into the deep end. But I don't think that any of that needs entertainment. I think that the power of the name of Rasputin is a mantle that Vladimir is like, he's riding high on that name. He's got Vlad the Impaler, he's got Rasputin, and you put them together and you get this like amazing hero archetype of crazy warrior value.
Check this out, Gabe. The prefix of Ras is Slavic, meaning before, like like to disagree, to go asunder.
Disputin.
Don't diss Putin.
don't use diss on Putin.
Well, okay, so I want to jump in on the etymological dig on these names because this was what sent me off on the topic entirely.
Yes.
I don't know why. I don't know where Rasputin popped into my head today, or yesterday, whenever this was, it all mixes together. But I was thinking about Raz, the sun god, Aten Ra, and then I was like, what's the meaning of Putin in Russian? And it means the way. So in astrology and in the occult, in the ancient writings, they called the Mazzaroth or the zodiac the way all the time. Like whenever the way is referred to in the Bible, it's almost definitely referring to that and trying to clue you into some astrotheology in those verses. So you have Ra's way with Rasputin. It's like it's like an Osiris encode, because what happens to Rasputin? He gets stabbed and torn to shreds and thrown into a bag in a river. The river we can get into. River is a symbol of the zodiac as well. And he has his phallus cut off.
He loses the stone that the builder reused and had to refuse.
But then, so let's talk about that. But I also want to throw in the name Vladimir, which means the original root compound word had something to do with peace from a strong ruler. So basically, authority through keeping the peace with your strength. So his name, Vladimir Putin, is like the Prince of Peace of the Way. It's another solar deity in code. Both Rasputin and Vladimir Putin.
Yep. So I can take that and run with it big time. Russia is absolutely, well, they are in my territories map. They are both in the chariot, and also because it's 2 continents. Russia is the only country that takes up 2 continents, and it's Europe and Asia. And they are, so in that light, they are the chariot and the lion, the Leo. And so, and another thing about Ras, in like Patois, Ethiopian, Rastafarian culture, Ras means king. So like Rastafari is king, like Rex, R-E-X is king, right? And then Tafari is head creator. Rastafari is king, head creator. So, and this is a little weird. I'm just going to throw this in the mix as a small cliff note. But some of the genealogy of royalty of King Selassie actually has some roots in Russia. And that's a real, just a quick little side note, that there is some Rastafarian tie-ins to Russian bloodlines, black nobility. Russia has the highest collection of billionaires of all the countries. The most billionaires live in Russia. So they are the kings. And that's that royalty, that crown, the lion of August.
Speaking of Rasta, I think the oldest marijuana they ever found was up in the Russian steppe plains.
Nice.
They found it buried with the horseman and his horse. They had a little satchel with like an ounce of weed in it.
Wow. Well, they found weed in the mummies, right?
Yep. Yeah.
And cocaine.
Mm-hmm.
And corn, like all sorts of new world tobacco, new world things inside the king's chambers in Egypt.
Like cocaine, I think. Did
yeah.
You say?
Cocaine was one of them that they tested one of the mummies for, and it came out positive, and they couldn't figure out what happened.
Yeah, because it
could have possibly shown up.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole documentary about it.
I have a screen share ready here if we want to jump into this topic.
All right.
Let's see if it works. If I can share the sound and optimize for the video clip to Zoom. This is a Blue Order song. That's not what I wanted to share.
Well, here's the first showing of the fog. That's probably part of the weave.
Yes, indeed. New Order's Blue Monday, but what I wanted to show you was this other clip. So let's jump to that.
Of how slow this version is.
See if it plays here.
Just before 5, cell phones across Missouri went off after the Missouri State Highway Patrol accidentally sent out a public emergency alert. The Highway Patrol soon posted on Twitter about the mistake and then sent a follow-up alert explaining the error about 20 minutes later. Maybe this made you laugh, maybe this made you scared, maybe a little bit of both. The message referenced the Joker from Batman, that's right, and a link to the Highway Patrol alert page. You see it there, Gotham City Mo. Captain John Hotz from the Missouri State Highway Patrol said it was supposed to be an internal test and that they're looking into why it went out.
Yeah, so why did it go out? This blue alert. We have amber alerts for missing children or
Drinking
abducted
water before
children.
bed burns 46 pounds in
Well,
2
hold
weeks.
on.
If you are struggling to lose weight and you're over
Uh,
So I was at the rock climbing gym and I saw Snake Jones mention having received the alert. And then about 20 minutes later, one phone went off in the gym and received, I guess, the correction. But it was weird because there were like 50 people in there. So it didn't go out to that many. I don't know. I don't have thoughts on this other than if we're going to talk about symbolism associated with the color blue.
yeah, yeah. Well, the fact that they mentioned the Joker and the whole thing turned out to be a mistake, it sure has, hoax, trick, prankster, just screaming that at us, for sure. But then, Gordy, you got it all the way in Arizona too.
Well, I didn't get it on my phone, but I did see that it happened in Arizona as well. So it was, I don't know.
Right. And what was the explanation? Like Chris dug up an explanation on.
I had one. I had a news story, and I posted it in Telegram, but it's been a few days, so that sucker.
Yeah, we're trying to get
moves
all of our
fast.
information ready here. We do have this map.
So
Nice.
you did bring up Jupiter.
Yes.
Jupiter in a water sign too, which is associated with blue.
Yeah.
In the old, when things were actually held to a standard before like Renaissance era, if we accept that timeline, and art started just kind of becoming art for art's sake. When art was a science, they had color associations that were very specific, tied to the priesthood. And blue or azure was the Jupiter color, and also the representing the savior of man.
Nice.
There's other symbolism with blue, I think, like divine wisdom too, but that's more of the there's like esoteric, exoteric versions of it. We were kind of talking about that on the flow state. The hieratic and the kingly, is that what it was? The profane language and the priestly language.
Have we made it clear what a blue alert signifies?
Yeah, I remember the article Chris brought up was it said that if an officer is murdered or killed, that they will put out the blue alert, but it doesn't necessarily go to absolutely everybody. It goes to like a selection of the population. And that had me speculating that it goes to the higher risk population of people who might even expose their sentiments of how they feel about the Blue Lives Matter, BLM. And there's a Balam for you.
Yes.
For sure.
So let's go back to what an amber alert is. Amber is a color. It's a honey golden color. Amber is also the name of a girl, so it might represent a lost girl narrative, alerting you to the fact that a little girl has gone lost. Her name might be Amber, Amber being a color. So on your cell phone, you will receive an emergency alert, an Amber alert, to state that police are looking for a child who may have been abducted, who may have gone missing. They're looking for a lost child. A missing child alert is an Amber alert. This blue alert seems to use that same emergency broadcast network delivered directly to smartphone devices and cell phones using that cell phone network, A, B, C, D, E, F, 5 network. You can fill in the blanks here in your own mind. Mm-hmm. So they have this emergency network. And in my own hometown, there was a property that was a parking lot, and they wanted to build a new tower there for communications. And someone from one of the telecom companies, cell phone providers, appeared at or was going to appear at a city council meeting, our one neighbor in our neighborhood received a letter stating that there was a plan to build a tower within 50 feet of this one house. So this person with a letter alerting them to a possible tower going up went door to door to talk to all the neighbors to say, do you know that they're planning to put up a communications tower in your backyard? We did not know that. We all went to our city council meeting. Maybe it was in Gotham City. I don't know where. Could be any city in America, where one person receives a letter. Nobody else in the neighborhood receives a letter because the ordinance was, it was like within 50 to 100 feet of a tower going up in someone's backyard. They only had to alert that one person. I give you this long-winded story because it was the police and firefighters and emergency service workers who were contacted by, shall I say, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, Sprint, Boost Mobile, whoever, to
Really?
say, hey, this tower is going to improve your ability to communicate during emergencies. So the former sheriff of the town had signed off a letter of recommendation to the city council, and they were all like, this is great, this is great. Long story short, everybody showed up in a very cold December evening, the last city council meeting of that year, and we're all like, no tower. Within the 2020 madness, a tower was placed in the parking lot of the city council themselves. So they put it up in their own parking lot because the homeowners refused to have it go up in their backyard.
Wow.
Now that connects to this Blue Alert network because that's how they send out Amber Alerts and Blue Alerts, through the ding, 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 the towers that are going up. So everyone can receive Blue Alerts. But then there is a level of legislation where a state by state basis, the state governments have to adopt and opt into the Blue Alert network. The map I showed you, effective 2019, was showing what states as of 2019 had opted into it. So if we could find an updated 2022 map, that might tell us why some states received alerts and others did not. There's the map.
Yeah, that's crazy. Out of the blue. It just came in out of the blue. Yeah, I got a feeling they are, they can data mine our responses, and just like in the movie Batman, where Batman is trying to find the Joker, he uses everybody's cell phones in the entire city as an echolocation device, like a bat, to suss out where the Joker is. And this is kind of crazy because there is a conspiracy theory in circulation that this whole lockdown started with the bat.
Yeah, I thought of that connection too. But the Batman movie is a really good sync to pull in there.
Yeah.
It's interesting. You guys bring up the actual Batman movie because somebody had posted, I think it was in the Rogue Telegram chat, some French TV show where they're basically brainwashing these kids to rat out their neighbors for not wearing masks and stuff. And everybody looked like shit. Like everybody looked like these people were TV personalities, and they look all tired and bedraggled and looked like they were sick and beat up. And they looked like they were trying to like keep their shit together, is what it looked like.
Wow.
Like making weird faces and things. It was weird. but they looked like those anchor people from the 1989 Batman movie. You remember how they went on the air all messy, and because they couldn't wear the makeup.
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
And they couldn't use any of the products and everything.
Right.
And so they went on camera with the hair all disheveled and
that movie is as old as me.
Were you born in 89?
I've ever seen it. Yeah.
Oh God.
We're talking about the Dark
I feel
Knight
so old.
scene.
Oh, you're talking about Dark Knight.
The movie The Dark Knight.
Okay.
The end of the movie.
Yeah. That looks like the map you just put up.
Similar. It's the surveillance state.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And check this out, guys. The Joker DVD and Blu-ray release date was set for January 7th of 2020. So we're on the anniversary month of the Blu-ray release of the Joker film, which is
There's also this element too here.
And that's when the story was trickling into the nation about cooties.
Right.
2 months before the lockdowns began, which they kicked off at the beginning of the vernal year.
Right. The climax of the Dark Knight movie, the triangulation machine Bruce Wayne developed to find out where the Joker was hiding by turning every cell phone in Gotham into a microphone. To understand what the machine does, let's rewind to Fox's meeting in Hong Kong, where he deliberately leaves behind a modified cell phone in a drawer in the building's reception. The device, which is another R&D project, sends out a high-frequency pulse and records the response time for mapping in an environment. Wayne immediately realizes that it relies on sonar, suggesting it works like a submarine, Mr. Wayne, like a submarine, interrupts Fox.
Wow. That kind of makes me think of the Tonga event when they brought up the submarine. Oh man. And that pulse from the Tonga had gone all the way around the world, allegedly. Like the first waves hit California right away. And then it was a few days later, they were reporting that the waves had come all the way around the world and were washing up in like the Gulf of Mexico. Like a bat's echolocation system. Just like a submarine. Damn, y'all. That's a hell of a weave.
Interesting. It was a submarine earthquake, wasn't it? That started it all?
Yeah,
Right.
That's right. It was, yeah.
So this has me thinking that the explosion that we saw, which how many cameras were perfectly trained on that location to show us that explosion? And how is it that they were so perfectly dialed in for that shot?
Can we back up on Lucius Fox for a second?
Ooh.
That's the name of the character who built the sonar thing for Batman, right?
Mm-hmm. Lucius Fox, yep.
Lucius Fox.
Okay. Well, who wore
the
I'm sorry, who wore the fox skin robes? The Maenads. They're called the Raving Ones. They're the Bassarids or the Bacchae, followers of Bacchus or Dionysus. Just throwing that out there. And then so his name's Lucius, which means light. And so it's like he's wearing the surname of a fox.
Yes. Fox
Kind
is
of like watching a fox skin in a metaphorical sense. And he's serving the solar hero, Batman.
Man. So Fox is a Jesuit totem. And it is also goes to the, oh man, what's the icon of the fox wearing a sheep skin is the somebody help me out. Give me a lifeline here. It's the Rachel Maddow is affiliated with, it starts with the F.
Freemasons. Somebody just got bingo.
I
Hold
see
on.
your Chads dangling, and I'm admiring them.
What nice chads you have, my dear. Why, thank you. Oh, this old thing.
Let's see.
Well, so another reason why this maybe is a little bit of a Bacchus connection is just because the Joker's entire behavior, he's raving mad. The Bacchantes, the followers of Bacchus, were called the raving ones.
Nice.
So it's kind of like maybe the Batman and the Joker thing is a metaphor for the winter sun versus the summer sun. Summer sun being Bacchus, winter sun being Kronos, basically. As in, the Joker is the wild, out of control summer sun, Dionysus, eating everybody, intoxicated. Yeah, chaos, exactly. That's an old name for the sun.
Yep.
Confounder, Janus deity thing, chaos.
Yeah. And everybody's getting drunk on the crazy right now.
And Batman is the Capricornian superhero. He's the winter sun. He's not bright.
Nice.
He brings order and justice, even in a tyrannical way. So that's the Capricorn and Kronos,
right?
Winter sun, Batman.
Yeah. And there's the Dark Knight that Joe Biden promised three times during the debates. He mentioned, or the Dark Winter.
Dark Winter, right?
Dark Winter. Yeah, this is.
Oh my God.
That is so crazy to look at.
This is the U.S. appearing to slowly mutate into Gotham City.
These are officials of our government.
Well, this is Rachel Maddow with.
But one of those nutballs is
bright pink hair. I don't know if is she actually on the air with pink glasses and pink hair, or did someone edit that?
Doctored?
I don't even know for certain.
Who are the people in the first picture?
I am just as confused as you. Like I said, I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone.
So I don't know who that is, but it just screams the other mother from Coraline with the button eyes.
Wow.
This one here?
Yeah.
I'm surprised Mayor Beetlejuice Lightfoot from Chicago isn't in the compilation here.
Right. These are all characters from what's his name movies.
Edward Gorey, Timothy Burton.
Tim Burton movies.
Tim Burton.
This is the there we got the Penguin and
The Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah, and go down. That's the guy from freaking Beetlejuice, the decorator.
Yes.
And she looks like the devil from Nightmare Before Christmas.
Right. And if I may, can I bring us back to 1998 and play this movie trailer? Are you hearing sound with that? Touchstone Pictures. I don't know if there'll be sound, but this is Enemy of the State.
Oh.
Do you remember this Will Smith movie?
Yes.
I don't know that there's any sound coming out.
I got no sound, but
that's fine.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You're more interesting than Will Smith anyway. Keep going.
Thank you. Yeah. He's in the Victorious. I think that's Victorious. The Victorious Secret store, where he's a hero or a villain or confused. He's maybe the enemy of the state, or maybe the state is his enemy. And the technology of surveillance has been revealed to the public in 1998, maybe for the first time ever, to a lot of people, realizing the level of technology with the ability to track your every move, essentially.
Yes. In that pink neon in that first scene, that pink neon is the symbol of 5G in all the 5G commercials.
Yeah, T-Mobile especially has that commercial where they turn on the 5G and then the pink light wave goes everywhere. And if we can bring this back to Philip K. Dick, who had this pink laser beam epiphany of information download situation, and he describes it as a pink beam of intelligent light.
Wow.
So for T-Mobile to use the pink color carrier wave of information connected to the next generation of communications towers beaming out that wave from their tower.
Yep. I remembered who the fox in the sheepskin. They're the Fabians.
Ah, the
Society.
Fabian Society.
It's the
Oh,
Fabian Society, and they've definitely Rachel Maddow, all the Rhodes Scholars are balls deep in the Fabians.
the Fabians keep coming up, don't they? That's interesting. We had them come up months ago. Wasn't it like 6 months ago? Was it Sean talking about the Fabians?
That's a good question. I kind of think that Bill Gates is linked to the Fabians through his dad and the Planned Parenthood and a bunch of threads like that. I think there's a lot of Fabian influence going on right now with the whole
We had
thing
them
going
come
on.
up
Here's that commercial I talked about. Are you ready to watch this?
Right on.
Was it Sean talking about the Fabians?
Oh,
I'm hearing
Somebody's got echo.
That's a good question. I kind of think that Bill Gates is linked to the Fabians.
Yeah, I'm hearing
through
myself
his
again.
dad and the Planned Parenthood and
Who's got the stream
a
playing?
bunch of threads
Oh,
like that.
It's me.
I think there's
It's
a lot of
probably me.
Fabian influence going on right now with the
Those crazy
whole
sliders, man.
So
thing
real,
going on.
real quick, Fabian in reverse is kind of Neabaf. And that, in my mind, is like a new Baphomet. The
Oh, wow.
Neo Bath.
You know, I didn't plan to put this pink behind me. I earlier tonight took some of Sean's art and made it into that.
Nice.
Let's take a look at this T-Mobile nationwide 5G coverage. It's on commercial from December 2nd, 2019, if you can see that right there. I'll play this for us here.
Right before the Great Conjunction.
This is
whatever
top
it was.
secret, by the way. So don't share this with anybody. The scientism, white lab jackets. They got the big pink button. They're ready to press it.
We're ready.
Hell yeah. Been looking forward to this.
Can you hear me
Modulating
now?
frequencies now.
It's time. Let's light it up.
Are you ready, Neville? Pre-check.
I love
Check.
science.
Check. Okay, Neville.
In T-minus 3, 2, 1. Ready to launch.
Why is it like a
Hit the
nuclear
button.
bomb?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh,
It's working.
Ooh,
It's working.
The farmland is being covered in a wave.
Nationwide 5G is live.
Yeah. And we're just getting started.
Wait until they see what's next.
Okay, if we had to watch that whole thing, I think T-Mobile owes us money.
You're right. Hit them up. Yeah, when you don't see mainstream TV commercials ever,
Yeah, it's weird. I don't watch. Yeah.
it's shocking. It
So
looks
then
like
my
it
question
looks like
is-
a Disney World Star Wars prop room.
why did they equate the idea of launching a telecommunications network with launching nuclear bombs, where they have the two keys that have to be turned at the same time?
Yeah, look at
Why did it look like this was a weapons launch?
Right on.
Why did they think it was a good idea to advertise the launch of their communications network, which will save lives and allow people to contact 911 from anywhere in the nation where they would not normally receive cell phone coverage? But yet, this is like a nuclear weapons launch.
Great questions.
That question can't be answered. I mean, the symbolism speaks for itself. I mean, you could equate it to like, is that launching the pandemic based on the timing?
Well, let's go back.
If there's a frequency.
Let's go back. Let's
that.
put up a wall in Germany. Let's return to the Iron Curtain. Let's go back to that Cold War situation where you have the Red Scare, you have Russia, Vladimir Putin, Rasputin, you have the Russian leaders, which are very evil. And then you have America, which is very, very good and the hero on the world stage.
So Gotham, Rachel pointed out in the Weaving Spiders chat, Got plus Ham. And Got is God. Ham is one of the names for the Winter Sun.
Nice.
Just that's Batman. He's the Winter Sun. That's got to be what it is.
Yeah, I wanted to point out, Chris said something interesting about the other mother.
Yeah.
In the Telegram chat. Chris says, in Coraline, the other mother is a good character interpretation of the shadow side of Cancer. So that was an interesting observation. Just putting it out there.
Uh-huh. Other
Baker
mother.
Miller pink or drunk tank pink is a tone of pink which has been observed to temporarily reduce hostile, violent, or aggressive behavior. That was shared in the chat too. Sarah Connor, thank you.
That is a doozy. Thank you, Sarah. Big love, sister. Good to see you. So other mother, that's twice born. That's Demeter. Is just another point on that one.
That's interesting. The other character in Coraline is called Wyborn.
Yeah. And his mouth is sewn up.
And his fat mouth, and he's mute. Yeah, his mouth is sewn shut.
He's like verbally castrated from speaking. That movie is so creepy. Coraline and Corona. It's all, I mean, that movie, it freaks me out.
Coraline is another name for Persephone.
Is it really?
Kore or Core in the Greek, which is phonetically connecting it to courage. It's the virgin that follows the lion. But yeah, that's a name for a priestess, or another name originally was the name for Persephone. Or
the meme here is I bet
and
he's
that's
thinking about
Demeter's
other
daughter.
women.
Persephone is Demeter's daughter. Coraline.
The Coraline corollary.
Yeah, that's it.
So I bet he's thinking about other women is the meme that people are familiar with. Some of us last night watched a Persephone story in Legend with Tom Cruise and Mia Sara. And then after that, we continued with The Green Knight. So I made this meme with the Green Knight in bed. I bet she's thinking about other green belts. So you mentioned courage And there's also the corollary to courage, which is cowardice. And cowardice is the yellow-bellied, yellow fog that we see in the Green Knight. And the fact that this woman is probably thinking about green belts or other green belts or other martial artists or other samurai or other, what's that word that you say, Gabriel? Capoeira? Capoeira?
Capoeiristas.
That's the word I can never say.
Well, capoeira is the art, and a capoeirista is a practitioner.
So there's some more to throw on the table for you to digest.
Mm-hmm.
Krista in the chat says core with the K is pronounced Corey, which is good to know. That makes sense. And I'm bringing it back up because the whole reason I said something about it was because I had a book open to a page about that character. And then you brought up Demeter, and I was like, oh, I'm looking at why Coraline is called Core. Not to belabor that point, but my book was already on that page.
Nice sync. Nice.
Trying to keep on top of things. There's so much information on the table, and I'm trying to put it in a logical, two-dimensional A to B to C to D, but our alphabet is holographic tonight. Our symbol systems are interwoven so deeply. Where are we at in the conversation? What do we need to expand on further before we throw more food on your plate and expect you to digest it?
Nice. So I did the gematria for pink, and it comes to 5 in the major ciphers. So there's your 5G. Your pink G, that's pig.
Wow. P to the G, ham.
P to the G, ham.
Which is Kronos.
Yes. And another quick note, I've mentioned this before, but right before the lockdowns happened and the whole world started going crazy, there was some sort of shortage of pig, and they had to euthanize just an atrocious number of pigs, allegedly, according to the mainstream lies all the time news. They had to euthanize just an absurd amount of pigs in Asia, and there was going to be a shortage of swine on the market, and that's the land of ham, by the way. Asia and Egypt are the lands of ham. And my thoughts when that happened, this is like 3-year-old weave by now, 2 years old, was that if there is an economy of blood, if there is a deity who requires pig's blood, then a shortage of that blood is going to be compensated for in a very nefarious way. And so I know this is real far out there and far reaching, but I believe that the deity in question is Anubis, Saturn, and I think that the sacrifice of humans is fulfilling those orders in the economy of bloods.
Okay, so we're at the pig, right? We've got pig in the mix now, like strong.
Big time.
Okay, so what you and I were talking about last night a little bit, that Bacchus is the Ouroboros, which you sent me. Yeah, you said it started, actually, we were having this whole conversation before that about cats and serpent symbolism.
Yeah.
Lions, snakes, and dragons, but maybe we'll come back to that. But what you brought forward about Ouroboros is that, well, Oro we know is or, the sun or the light or the gold. Boros is in Hungarian, and I guess it's an Proto-Indo-European type root. Bor means wine, B-O-R. So Boros means with wine, containing wine. So the gold, the sun, the lion is followed by the season of wine. Like wine holds when the grapes are ripening, they're receiving the energy from Leo, the fiercest part of the sun during the sky clock. And so that's why the wine made from these grapes brings about the divine madness, the the Bachian craziness. So we're bringing this all around to basically demonstrate that the lion and the snake, and there's a lot more we could say about this, and the dragon are multifaceted, interconnected symbol. They are each other in a way. And to go back to pig, where I started, a boar is a pig. Boar, Boar.
Nice.
Yeah, there's more we can do, but I'll hold it there and see what you guys think.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I wanted to point out a couple of things in the chat too. Rachel says that pigs have always been a symbol of wealth and abundance. Several gods have eternally roasting pigs. Not sure what that means.
Yep.
Or you could jump in here and explain it to us. Oh, ding dong, who's here?
Hello.
I knew he'd be here in a few minutes. I said his name.
Yes.
What up, SP?
Man, Sean.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, Sean, I made
Thank
this
you.
background from your art.
I see it. Yeah, that's a really popular one. I might have to make an exception and just put up a print without having a request for it on that one.
Nice. Looking fresh, brother.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had an epiphany right before we arrived. We worked all day on our house and got a lot done so that it's becoming much more cozier, as they say. And so we decided as a reward to go to the movies, and I just went and saw The King's Man. And of course, that features this whole insane plot about Rasputin. And I don't want to say too much because I know people probably might want to see the movie. But I just can't believe that I saw all the Rasputin stuff just going by. I didn't even get to click on any of it. And then I'm like, we're going to go to The King's Man. And then I realized that, like, Rasputin.
Wow.
So it made me wonder
Wow.
if the whole conversation started because of The King's Man.
No,
So no,
and
so
his
no.
birthday was yesterday. We
Yeah.
started talking about him, and then
Yeah.
it's his birthday.
Yeah. And in the movie, not to give too much away, but he's just... They even exaggerated him beyond the accounts that I've read in history, especially in the sexual perversion department. But I won't say any more than that. He's a far out freak. He's great. The actor did a great job. He's terrifying, absolutely fucking terrifying.
So he's born right at the beginning of Aquarius,
Mm-hmm.
which is John the Baptist and Kronos and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was always wondering if the gypsies are related to Rasputin and the Russian royal family. Like the illegitimate royal children of Rasputin. They're
Hey,
called,
my puppy
call
just
me-
dropped a deuce, so I'll be right back, you guys. Sorry to interrupt.
they call them the Romi,
Yes.
The Roma. Mhm.
like Romanov,
Like Romanov, yeah.
and they practice all kinds of crazy magic.
Mhm.
Yes. Great.
Just a idea.
Yeah, and where does that connect to the Romans?
Right. Red with
Were
red.
they if we look at flamenco level speculation, then the Romans were not at all what we were told, and maybe we're a worldwide civilization, and the Romanovs maybe descendants of a legitimate ruling power.
Yep. Yep.
I say legitimate, but like legitimate before what came next. Who knows?
Yeah. So, okay. So Roma tomatoes are red. Rome is claiming that Mars war color, the sack red color, and the word Russia means it means red, but it actually translates to the men who row. Those who row, they are in a ship. There's your vessel and your Pierre Sabak angle. But I want to point
The
out
red crown is the Deshret crown, which is the Lower Egypt, the profane ruler.
Nice. Yes. And I want to point out Roman off has the oath of the Ophalum, of the Ophiuchus, the serpent, very much built into the name Robanoff. And it's even row, man, off. So Russia means those who row. Romanov is the rowing man who was Ophalum.
Sean, turn off your mic,
Oh,
buddy.
sorry. I thought it was still muted.
I hope that's on a bingo card.
So telling SB to mute should be on a bingo card for sure.
No, maybe that, yeah, but lighting up a fire torch, pretty cool. Smoking some Palo Santo.
I guess I can remain unmuted now. I don't have any more torch action I need to hit on. Sorry to interrupt. Hey, it's a major improvement in my life to be using a torch and no drugs are involved. So this is huge leaps forward.
So this kind of blows my mind because in my tarot tories, everything we're talking about is incredibly appropriate.
Oh, can I make one more comment?
Yeah.
Real quick. This literally just beamed into my head before we get away from red. Okay, the French word for red is gules. Does that sound like Gauls or the Gaelic?
Whoa.
The Gaulish people? This just popped into my head. Were they also the Romans? The Russians? The Reds? It's all about fighting the Reds. Red versus blue.
Right. Yes.
Damn.
And so
gules is red. Gauls.
That's something.
Is it like G-U-E-L?
G-U-E-L-E-S, I think. Let me make sure. G-U-E-U-L-E-S.
Whoa.
And yeah, it's symbolized with Mars.
Okay, man, there's so much going on right now.
The Gauls.
Yeah.
The Gaul of it.
Because I was mentioning that about the deeper meaning of the movie.
Who were the Native Americans said to be? They're the red-skinned people?
Yes.
It's all of the maybe original civilization. They just painted them red like the devil, demonizing them.
Well, let's go back to blue, though.
Holidays long over, the weather is at its worst, and people are dropping their resolutions.
Well, no wonder people are feeling blue, but social workers say seasonal affective disorder, or SAD, often mimics signs of depression, and that can get worse in the middle of winter.
33.
Unique with the SAD pattern.
And lots of blue lighting there too to emphasize blue, and lots of blue books on their wall.
Blue Monday. Seasonal.
I've got my sad light. That's what this is. It just kind of looks funny if I leave it on. Right?
How does it feel?
Wow, the screens. I've never seen this video.
I never have either. Was this the original?
Wow, this is
video
way
for this
before modern time.
Yeah, so that's blue. That gets us to Paris. Where are we on the map now on the territories when we get to Paris? And the Eiffel Tower itself reminds me so much of communications towers or free energy towers or Tesla towers. And these blue-skinned aliens singing dabba dee dabba dee dabba dee dabba die dabba dee dabba die dabba dee dabba die dabba dee dabba die.
Isn't it the blue light that the monitors have that is harmful to our eyes?
It's not that it's harmful in itself. It tricks our circadian rhythm to think that it's midday when it's nighttime. Like pretty soon I need to cut this big light, but I have to have it on to have the background. I do have blue light blockers on.
Nice. It gives you the blues. Too much of it.
Yeah.
Well, it's symbolic to the feminine side too.
Nice.
Like boys used to be given pink toys and girls blue toys before that was flipped by I guess the madmen of advertising firms.
Yeah, Mad Men.
I feel like I've got about 8 more sinks that are just falling out
I know,
of my head.
they're flying out like crazy, aren't they?
Well, has anybody mentioned like the empire never ended and all of the theories of the Roman Empire?
That's what we're on, I think. I think that's what we're on.
We're talking Philip K. Dick, the pink beam of light PKD wrote about in his published works. He claimed that this pink beam told him, Philip K. Dick, that his son had a brain tumor.
Mm-hmm.
And when he took him to the hospital, it turned out to be true. So there was a divine intervention with a pink beam of light that gave PKD
A girl showed
to
up
bring
on his porch wearing a Jesus fish on her
the
neck.
ictus fish, yes,
Yeah,
the
and that's
Vesica
what
Pisces.
and that's what spurned it.
Yes, yes.
And his wife said, really, it was probably just because Phil was looking at her tits. That's what his wife said in
The découtage, yes, the Jesus fish swimming between her
her
cleavage, yes, her milky mammaries.
Mammalian
The milk and honey will
previously.
flow.
So, how many? Raise your hand if you've heard of the Greenland theory from his name, Chase Taylor.
Nice, good recall.
Someone Chase Taylor. He has another name. He's like, to me, he's like a wannabe Julian Assange.
Wait, his
But
name is Chase, like a chastity belt?
No, like Chase. No,
Like
no T.
Chase, Chase.
Yeah. Something Chase Taylor. Chase
So
Taylor.
to support this,
I always thought
Sean,
that
here's
was
a picture of the Eiffel Tower. And look, there used to be all this architecture around it. Where did that go?
Right. It's the Eiffel of a tower.
Well, I think
Eiffel
too that in the,
Tower.
whenever we're playing with the phonetic Kabbalah, there's a lot of letters that are interchangeable. And if you just, it's like gematria. If you're off by one, it still counts. Well, the RF switch, you might be, or I'm sorry, the LR switch, you might be able to say the I fair, like the farrier of the I, or the one. Just in the name.
Yeah.
Anyway, to continue about the Chase guy, I just wanted to bring
so
that
he's
up.
got this
because it
huge
shows-
elaborate theory. His name's David Chase Taylor, maybe? I was trying to look. If we
It's a
just put
great-
Chase Taylor. Okay, so what I was going to say was about this guy. He's got a huge theory, and I'll tell you about it in a second. But his name always made me think maybe he's just an actor because it's Chase Taylor. Like he's telling you in his name that you're just chasing your tail if you're following his research, tail chaser. It says, you're just a tail
Nice.
chaser.
Nice.
But the Greenland Theory website is comprehensive and crazy and weird. And it's just, it's funny to me that it doesn't pop up. Greenland Theory. Yeah, David Chase Taylor was the guy's name.
Well, aren't the parallelers usually like extremely well presented and detailed?
Usually if they put somebody out there, you can kind of tell it's a production. I would give, forgive me, Mark Sargent, if you're listening to the Weaving Spiders Welcome, but I would say he's a perfect example of a flat earth parallel guy where he's there. His name is Mark. He's a Mark. He's the sergeant of the Marks. And he's ex-military, straight up. He has all these really high-level guests, and he's presenting a lot of really solid information. But then you get all this kind of wackadoo stuff. Like I've heard episodes where he's talking about what if you could dig down deep enough in the Earth's crust and find the secret bottom. Like we're literally in a snow globe or something. Like taking it too literally, and just weird right turns and distracting kind of. Seems plausible, but if you're pretty logical, then it starts to fall apart for you. Seems more dramatized. That's my experience with people doing that kind of stuff for sure. And I do think this guy's either nuts or he's some kind of a shill or a controlled opposition. Like he could be a dupe who's being managed and he doesn't know it, and they're just kind of running him around and driving him mad. But his whole theory was that the British Empire. Is actually just now I could be getting this wrong because it's been a while since I did it, but like Rome faked its own death, had something to do with the Isle of Man, and that they came back as Britain, and that's their proxy that they're using, so that they've removed themselves from the actual stage. And I think he's claiming that they're all in Switzerland. And that guy Jim used to follow a guy named Sean Hross. Is that his name?
Sean Hross.
Hross was blaming the Swiss too, wasn't he? Wasn't he big into the Swiss?
The Swissies.
Yeah, the Switzerland.
Switzerland.
But
They're,
just the idea, because we were on Rome, the idea that the Roman Empire, like hoaxed its own fall and continued to remain in power. To me, that was the vibe I got when I first popped in, and that seems also like a big secret theme of the movie I just watched. You wouldn't see it unless you study this stuff and know how to decode and kind of read between the lines. The movie's full to the brim. We could watch it 10 times, no problem, with all the weirdness in there. And it's not super obvious, but it's right up our alley. I would recommend it. It was well made, you know.
Mhm. Well, one thing I noticed is that the Greenland flag, the flag of Greenland,
Yeah, it's one of the trippiest.
It's incredibly Saturnian. And for him to assert that Rome is like hanging out in Greenland is kind of, that flag kind of fits the bill that the picture he's painting.
That is a trippy flag, man.
Isn't that weird? Yeah, it
Dig
looks like
it,
green.
though. It's kind of like a mural painting or something, you know, like one of those, like it should be a jazz vinyl. Like there should be a Dave Brubeck on the top of that or something. It's like a little too cool to be.
Yeah, it's too modern.
flag.
Exactly. It's too modern. It doesn't fit with any of the other flags.
So I see that flag as having so much meaning. Like also it's the enmity between the seeds. It's the white serpent and the red serpent. You know, this is the
oh my God.
So
I'm sorry, I've been digging. Okay, continue. Sorry.
yeah. There's it's so amazing how such simple symbols can just bring so much meaning in waves. And that flag, it just hits me really hard all the time. But the enmity between the seeds, I think he talks about like the bloodline of the serpent and, you know, infiltrating humanity is also part of that flag. That's all I got.
I doubt it.
Okay. I'm still on Dionysus. And I'll just take you through my thread. I'll try to be concise.
Yeah.
I was thinking about Paris, and then I was thinking about how Paris and London are consecrated to Dio and Isis. The city of London coat of arms, not London, but city of London, right? It has a Latin phrase on it that means, "O Lord, be thou my guide," which is a prayer from the Greek Io Nisi, which sounds like Dionysus. And it's got Dio and Isis encoded in that. And in Paris, you have Para Isis. Para in Greek meaning under the protection. So Paris is under the protection of Isis, who is Our Lady Notre Dame. So this led me to looking into Dionysus a little more. I wanted to know who his children were. And I found out that the king of Lemnos, named Thoas, Thoas, was the son of Dionysus and Ariadne, the weaver.
Whoa.
And he was the king of Lemnos and the only survivor when the Lemnian women decided to kill all the men. They killed all the men, and he was the only survivor.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That it is so intimate to the Dionysian mythology, where Dionysus lures the king out to witness the ceremony of the women getting. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
And I saw that she was just upset that she got like relegated to Vegas or something. I don't know if you guys caught that. I don't know, remember where I saw it, but like Celine Dion is having to like do a, you know, like a running a permanent show in Vegas, and there's some kind of dissatisfaction about it. Makes me wonder if it's because they told her that she has to cover too many Ronnie James Dio songs.
Okay, let's go down the list. Which ones are Rainbow in the Dark?
You have to do Rainbow in the Dark. I mean, obviously.
Holy Diver. Okay. What else are we doing?
Just trying to think of any other Dio song that I would know right off the top of my head other than those two.
Me too.
Now now he sang for Rainbow too.
Right.
So now there seems like there would be a Rainbow
And
song
Sabbath,
that I
of
remember.
course.
Oh, the Old Man in the Mountain, Man in the Misty Mountain.
I'm the man in the misty mountain.
Yeah,
That
that's
one?
it. Yeah, that's Dio. That might have been a Rainbow song.
That is a
Band
Rainbow
Rainbow is insane. Like their lineup and their
Silver
history
Mountain.
over the years.
Is it
Yeah,
Silver
Man from the Silver Mountain. Yeah. I'm the man from the Silver Mountain. Me and Gordy need to have a sing-off sometime.
Yeah. A deal off.
Yeah, a deal. We could limit it just to opera-style vocals,
Right. It'll just
we
be
got Queen's Wife,
Queen's Right,
Dio,
Queen.
Iron Maiden.
What's your favorite band, Chance? Dream Theater.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Dream Theater definitely.
He's
They
got-
qualify in the most tasteful way out of all of those by far.
Oh yeah, they're really tasteful.
But I don't consider, I forgive me, Iron Maiden fans, also the Queensryche fans. You guys will have to forgive me. I don't really find it tasteful. I think it's excellent and good, but it's cheesy as hell to me.
It's cheeseball, but the first two albums of Iron Maiden are still good.
Yeah,
They're
I never really
still
listened
good
to them that
go
much,
back.
so it wouldn't surprise me if they're good. I'm sure I would enjoy it. Oh, here's Dio.
It's really fun.
Check out that bass.
That long ass scale.
If we move this show to Rock Fan, we could unmute
it. If we move the show to Rockfin and we unmuted it, we'd just be watching all the music videos.
Just
no
leave them
conversation.
Now, hold on. You're giving me ideas here. Maybe we should just have a show where Alan is in control. He's the permanent engineer, and he's just going to put up video, and we just have to react to it.
That'd be fun.
We could call it Alan Marcus Collects Reacts.
We already do that on Friday nights. It's called Mystic Nights of the Midnight Movie.
I know, and I've only made it once, and I feel like a jerk, but the time will come when I'm able to arrive again. That's great footage.
Yeah, this is from a Russian website, by the way. It's mymail.ru. The Russians are really great at sharing Western culture, American culture, movies, music, all of that. Is it still sharing my screen? I don't
Nope,
know.
I don't think so.
Nope, we're good.
Okay.
Yes, the Heaven and Hell album is awesome. She's right. Suzanne says Heaven and Hell album. Yeah.
So would you guys say that you think it's the Mithraic cult that's still kind of behind everything and secretly in charge then, according to the same thread we're already beyond? That really that would be that's the spiritual power behind Rome, quote unquote, would be Mithraism.
Yeah. It's ophiolatry is the word for it.
Nice, Chance.
Yeah.
Ophiolatry.
Yeah, and I want to
the dragon cult or the serpent cult. Okay, so more children of Dionysus. Deianira was one of his daughters, and she was a Caledonian princess whose name translates as man destroyer or destroyer of her husband. She was Hercules' wife, and she's the one who supposedly murdered him with the poisoned shirt of Nessus. And we also have the fact that Ariadne is, according to Hyginus, the Roman historian, supposed Roman historian. I don't know how far back he goes, but he equated Ariadne with Persephone and Libera or Liber. So that's the same goddess where you get the Liberty Cap, the Phrygian cult, the Phrygian cap, and takes us back to Persephone being taken to the underworld during the winter sun ruler's reign. Yeah, and then there's one more, Priapus. He was the fertility god. He was a minor rustic fertility god of livestock, fruit plants, and male genitalia. And
Priapus.
So so this connects us to the private image that we have of Rasputin's privates, because all the images of Priapus he has a huge snake.
As we're playing Welcome to the Black Parade, and a man sits on a hospital bed with very attractive nurses holding his hand, he looks like he's about to be dismembered or castrated.
And he looks like Vincent Gallo, kind of.
And look at all those red crosses.
Yeah.
They look just like the city of London flag.
And it looks like Sinead on the monitor too.
Is that the Joker we're looking at?
He has panda eyes.
He just
yeah, for just a
Joker.
second.
For a
yeah,
second
for a second. Yeah, panda
this
eyes
is
for
the
sure.
video for
Is this
Welcome to
Ghost?
Black Parade. This is My Chemical Romance.
Oh,
That's why I don't recognize it. I'm too old.
yeah.
Well,
same.
hello.
Like, who the hell?
They're Christian
one's-
Rosencreutzes.
No one is too young for emotional music. Like
I like this album. back in the
Emotional music. Is that what we're calling it? Emotional. That's not short. man.
EMO. It's called
Emotional.
emo. Get used to it.
Thank
If we
you
were
for
to
clearing
go, if we were to go back 20 years, we'd call it maybe goth music.
it.
We would call it mod music where I came from. Like
Yeah.
goth was later, and mod was like
Yeah, mod.
Bauhaus and Sisters of Mercy and what else?
Right.
The Cure,
Ooh,
technically,
oh.
but I mean,
Susie Sue.
NXS kinda, definitely Depeche Mode. I mean, did you guys didn't call it mod music? We called before they were goths. We called them mods.
Sure. Yeah, that's a long discussion for another time, perhaps. I just wanted to show this
Perhaps another Telegram
parade
channel.
because it reminds me of a time perhaps some bombs were dropped on cities, nuclear, atomic, I don't know what they were, but when you level the cities and then you have this victory parade after a war, you'd march in the streets and you'd celebrate the end of the war, maybe an Armistice Day celebration or something.
Wow.
You're right to mention this guy has panda eyes.
Yeah.
Certainly, his eyes are blackened. It's a black parade. But the reason I bring this up is for a future-looking event, which, here's a gas mask, kind of spooky. There's something called When We Were Young Festival, which is going to take place in the season of harvest, October 22nd, in the Las Vegas area. If we remember, there was a harvest festival in the Las Vegas area a few years ago. This one takes place in 2022. It has not happened yet. They released on Monday, I believe, of this week, sales for tickets. It sold out within hours. They added a second day, 10/23. Of course, the headliner act for the When We Were Young festival is My Chemical Romance and Paramore.
Wow.
Wow. Paramore is back together? I thought they had a whole falling out thing. Like, what's her name went on?
Are you
her
asking
solo
if
thing?
Fall Out Boy is going to play at the When We Were Young festival?
Definitely not.
Old man?
Definitely not asking about that.
Paramore is Paris, guys.
No.
Paramore is Paris because
Nice.
or more
Paramore
comes from
is
Old
my love-
English,
my love
Mara or
Paramore.
Mare or the Dutch Mir, German Mur. It's
City of Love.
Mare. It's Maria. It's Our Lady Notre Dame. It's Para Isis. Paramore. It's the same meaning.
Wow. Wow.
So looking at this poster further, the first thing I noticed was the very center of it is there's an X in the center with pink text. The center X marks the spot in the
You want to
logo
put the
for
poster
Av-
up so we can see it?
Yeah, I had it sharing. Did it release the screen share?
Yeah, I didn't see it.
My apologies.
I've been missing some of the screen shares from researching on the fly.
Okay.
Me
let's
too.
do
I just
this.
dropped a link for a strange book that mentioned ophiolatry. We should follow up with it because it looks interesting, but we're already beyond it now. But it's in the Weaving. Spiders Welcome
Ophiolatry is a
chat.
word everyone should have in their vocabulary.
Ophiolatry,
right now.
ophiolatry. Got that?
See it?
I think you could make a Christian concept band called Idolatrous Ophiolatry.
Or anti-ophiolatry.
Someone could type that in chat so I could see it. I'm a visual learner.
Idolatrous Ophiolatry.
Ophi is snake. Allah is in the tree. Snake in the tree.
There you go.
That's pretty good, Gabe.
Thank you.
So X marks the spot in the middle of this announcement poster, and that is Avril Lavigne. So why is Avril Lavigne in the crosshairs? She's in the middle of the poster. And then scrolling down to the bottom, they added a second date, but they've X'd out the 22nd and the 23rd. Why would you X out 2 dates?
XX, and there's XX in Avril Lavigne. There's a lot of X's.
Yeah.
And they're all over, really. There's one right to the left there too.
That's a mutable cross.
Now, do you think they're telling you that Avril really is dead and they replaced her with some other chick? I've seen that theory. I've never followed that thread, but I've seen that theory that Avril Lavigne has been replaced.
She looks different.
She does look different.
I do mean that is the
older.
center of the poster here.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why she's in the middle, because she's there. That's in plain sight, hidden in plain sight as well as possible. X'd out completely with X's all around it, but Avril Lavigne's X'd out everywhere. There's 5 X's.
No, Sean, they're kisses. That's
Yeah. XO, yeah, that's what Elliott Smith meant too. A hug and a kiss. That's what XO means.
Right. Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean either or, and that like somehow spirals into the actual meaning of consciousness and existence itself. Nothing like that.
Story of the year next to Bright Eyes.
Oh yes, there's
with a big
there's a
X
lot
and a O.
about this, and I don't even know.
Story of the year is what the ophiolatry is. You take the story of the sun going through the year, and you make idols of the different alchemical information packets encoded in the zodiac, and there you go. You got your idolatrous ophiolatry. Free name for a Christian band that wants to get started.
It's good.
Get on
Idolatrous ophiolatry. Okay, one down.
No, which one is
so
that?
I figured he
Sean?
wanted his screen time. This
Which
is
one
Baja.
is that? Baja.
He's the middle pug. It's Baja. He's my main
Baja.
dog. He's my boy. And he's gotten used to his little girlfriend here. It's getting much better. They play and entertain each other. Now, if the little dog would just consistently either go potty on the pad or outside, that'd be great.
Please.
So what happens if you're Rasputin and your Dongo gets chopped off? How do you go pee-pee?
With a quill.
Well,
With a sterling silver quill.
Harry Potter learns that he's a parcel tongue, because he can parse L. He can speak the language of the snake.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I remember.
If you learn the symbolism and the ophiolatry well enough, then you can see that it's all the same story in every cult.
That's excellent.
Then you're speaking parcel tongue. You can parse the L.
That is badass.
Yeah, and you got the split tongue. It's parceled.
Yeah.
Yeah, priestly meaning, and oh my God, you're right. Yeah, you got the profane and the priestly meanings of
You can
language
speak
and
in
characters.
puns.
Right. And the power of the serpent is strictly its mouth. The serpent has no arms or legs. It just wiggles around. It's all of its power is in its mouth, and it's the tail that it can tell. And it has its tail stuck in its own mouth. The tail.
That's the Ophi you kiss.
Kiss. Yes.
Ophi you kiss. Kiss your own tail.
Yeah.
The tail of the snake, but the snake is the lion. The cat's ass. Ophi you kiss. We may need to talk more about the connections between snake and lion to make that make sense, but it's there.
Yes. And that all of that comes together in Russia in the territories. I dropped that in the telegram, but essentially Russia is the lion. And as you drop down into like Korea and Tibet, you move into the Virgo. And on the constellation map that you dropped us, Chance, last week, that is also right there where that cup is sitting on the serpent, where there's a vessel of a sacred chalice on the snake in that location. And I'll just point out, so a hermit kingdom, I learned that a hermit kingdom is a term for a country that is shut off, like Japan, like Korea, like Tibet, and all of those countries are in the Virgo in my territories map. And in Russia, there's a famous museum called the Hermitage Museum.
Yeah.
and it's the biggest museum in Russia.
Another one of the children of Dionysus is Comus, Comus, and he represents anarchy and chaos, like the Joker, maybe.
Joker, yeah.
He is a cupbearer, like Cupid. He's a winged youth, or depicted as a childlike satyr.
Yeah, and the cupbearer, you know, that's a deeper symbolism for pretty naughty things. That's your catamite. That's your, you know, he is the cup
externalization
itself.
of the story, because
did someone say satyr?
Really a story in the sky.
And it looks like it looks like a priapus because his knees up like a big pecker. Because that's how those statues look. They look like that. Only, you know, it's like they've got it occulted. The big pecker's occulted in the knee.
Wow.
Let's see. How is he? A
little bit lower.
Stacked
right there is perfect. Now, is it a boy?
Sorry. Oh.
Wow.
Well, it's very furry. It's hard to tell.
It just made me imagine that Gordy and I were trying to examine a small cat for some reason. Like, is it a boy? Like, I don't know. It's really furry. It's hard to tell. You ever tried to gender a kitten? You know what I'm talking about. Like, I don't know. It's not big enough yet.
You got to judge by the shape of its head.
Yeah.
The shape of his head? Does that work? Male heads are bigger. Female heads are smaller.
I think so. Yep. Male heads are broader.
During the festivals of Comus in ancient Greece, men and women exchanged clothes.
Oh my goodness.
Comus does sound like coma too. Because I guess he gets you obliterated on alcohol.
Mm-hmm. So that's Eros Gamos. That's erotic games. The exchanging of clothes and playing with roles.
Eros Gamos?
Yeah.
I think Gamos is marriage in Greek.
Hey, you know, I think I saw that Ross.
Wow, this is really getting well developed.
Wow, yeah.
I want to help you build this system out when you're ready. Let's make this available in all forms of media, Slick.
Okay, yes.
Sell it as a deck, sell it as books, sell it as digital content.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
But
not until it's really something tonight.
You have to decide when we're at a point where you think we have enough information to start, you know, compiling into codifying it, because it's brilliant. I've hardly got to watch any of your stuff on it. Oh, by the way, I saw Chance Garton on a show with the Pat Life podcast, and Dylan Sakosio. I don't know if that's how you say his last name or not. There was some debate about that at the beginning of the show.
Oh, he made fun of me for getting it wrong.
And amazing stuff. So it was just random. I just go totally intuitively with what content I'm going to use during house cleaning or whatever I'm doing. And this morning when I was getting a little things ready before we started our work today, I threw that on, and I'm not done with it, but great work. I highly recommend it. And it's on the same tip too. A lot of this stuff overlaps, especially the way that Chance, you can see why Chance has become such an expert at decoding, because doesn't appear to me that there's any time he's not doing this. He's practicing it for 18 hours a day, as far as I can tell, and usually 6 or 7 of those live on the air.
Shit.
So.
That's my new eyeliner.
To the city to see a marching band.
What?
He said, son, when you grow up,
are you wearing my pants?
You be the savior of the broken?
I've been looking for those pants.
Comas.
The lyrics of the song are about
exactly what you were
the
talking
Savior
about.
God, the solar Redeemer.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
Wow.
Who would come after the Black Parade, after the Black time?
And he stole her pants. You were just talking about the exchanging of the clothes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
Nuts.
Trippy.
Nice job, Alan Marcus.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, everyone at Telegram. This is
we couldn't do it.
That's a really funny clip.
Yeah, that was perfect.
What was the word that
really heating
Chance
up
used earlier in information technology? You gather all the information.
Data sprawl.
Data sprawl. Thank you. Thank you.
When your data becomes so layered and meaty that it's unwieldy.
It is
an unwieldy member.
Yeah, so the Sprawl trilogy is William Gibson's first set of novels, composed of Neuromancer, Count Zero, and Mona Lisa Overdrive. The novels are all set in the same fictional future, a cyberpunk future, and are subtly interlinked by shared characters and themes. That's the Sprawl trilogy.
Yeah, and it's great. I've read the first two, and thank you for reminding me that there's a third one because I kind of got off track there, but they're great. Neuromancer and Count Zero are amazing. They are the predecessors to all the Matrixy shit that we saw. That, along with another book that Tracy turned us on to called Snow Chaser. No, that's not right. I'm conflating two things.
Snow Crasher?
Snow Crash. Yeah. I was getting that Piercer train movie and this book mixed up, but Snow Crash is another very similar cyberpunk future technocracy, like with everybody in AI and logging into systems and everything.
Is that
Really
a Gibson book?
Yeah. It's Neil Stephenson.
Neil Stephenson.
William
Snow
Gibson
Crash.
is Neuromancer. Yeah, Neil Stephenson, because I bought this after Tracy told us about it. This is called Quicksilver. It's a different book. That's what made me remember as I saw my Neil Stephenson book. I bought this at a secondhand store after she told us all about that other movie. This one is more like way back in the day, though. Like
Minnesota writer Bruce Bethke coined the term in 1983 for his short story, Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk, the word coined by Bruce Bethke in 1983.
Cool.
I dropped in the YouTube chat a link to Flow State number 8 from last Wednesday because it was on my channel. And maybe not everyone in the audience was notified of that. So
yeah, and it was a great time.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of preliminary information probably in that conversation that would inform this conversation.
Big time. You know what? Cyberpunk makes me think of pink, cyber pink, in the fact that 5G is cyber pink.
Avril Lavigne has pink hair.
And her logo is pink in the poster.
Yeah.
And in the middle. The pink is in the middle, guys, in case you didn't know.
Yeah, new and old Avril.
Before and after, certainly. She looks like Veronica Mars more in the after.
Yeah, I watched
Human
that whole series.
Vibrations tells us a lot about the idea of templates, the facial structures of people, how certain people, as they age and become older, tend to take on fewer and fewer less distinct facial features.
Mm-hmm.
You were mentioning earlier how a newborn kitten has not fully developed, so you cannot easily determine the genitalia and also the patterns in the fur and the colors around the eyes and all the spots and everything. It takes a while for that alien fetus to develop into something that resembles a human. And then when it reaches puberty, and then it gets all of its adult teeth, and then it develops further, and then it begins to get into old age and atrophy with all the wrinkles. So you have celebrities getting plastic surgery and Botox and placenta serum injections. And then there's this guy, Bono, who admitted he was so embarrassed by U2's music.
With his rose-colored lenses.
Pink glasses.
Okay, so how do you get pink?
They're pink.
It's in front of a blue UN poster, by the way, this United Nations poster.
Nice.
I remember when I felt like that guy jumped the shark because he used to still kind of be like a cool, slightly rebellious Irish folk rocker. And then all of a sudden he turned into like this Elvis Presley, out of the box, weird clothes, crazy glasses.
It was Rattle and Hum.
Yeah.
It was right when Rattle and Hum came out, and it was like something completely different.
Makes me wonder what happened. You know, did they put him through some kind of weird ritual or something, and he came out with the thumbs up? So they're like, "Hey, that worked. You're good.
Well,
you're going to be the biggest rock star of your era," or whatever.
I can weave this real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, do it.
So he's standing in front of a UN logo. We know he does a lot of benefits. And the question to all conspiracies is, que bono? Who benefits? And there he is standing at the center of the azimuthal flat Earth map.
Ouroboros.
Doesn't he have
Ouroboros.
that? You guys know what an alter ego is?
Yeah.
No, really?
Yes, he's Mr. Mephisto.
Yeah, Mephisto.
Mephisto, that's right. Yeah.
Shut the door.
What?
Yeah, no,
What is this?
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
you know, all these rock stars have an alter ego. Like Sasha Fierce is Beyonce's alter ego, and Bono's is Mephisto, right? Mr. Mephisto.
Mhm, Mr. Mephisto. Yep.
He
And it
dresses
was
up
in-
like this guy and does concerts. Mr.
Okay.
Mephisto.
Okay, guys. Oh my gosh, you're blowing my mind. Okay, so I've said for years now, just jokingly, I've had this little spiel. I used to say this to my customers when I was a furniture mover. Like it was my ice-breaking conversation. Oh wow. That's it, huh?
Yeah,
So that's Mephistopheles,
yeah.
Right.
right? And so I did not know this, but I used to say to people, I bet Bono's real name is like Derek. He's got this fancy stage name, and that's
Damien, maybe.
Is this the right Mr.
Devilish
Mephisto? He
name.
has blacked out eyes. Is this the right one?
I think that's a horror host.
I don't think so.
Still,
But he,
he still has
That's
blacked
probably
out
what
eyes.
Bono looks like when he gets home at the end of the night.
Yep.
Panda-eyed and kind of looks more like a fat middle-aged white guy.
Wow,
I have something to show us to steer us into another direction having to do with fandom. And
I
this
also
will,
want to make
this
sure we
will
get to
spoil
all-
Scream 4.
All the notes from before we went live. We have
You
to
want to
get
give
to
him a
those
better
too.
warning than that, Alan?
Well,
I
Alan
wanna
is
go back
going
to
to
Pink for
spoil
one
Scream
sec.
4, so if you're concerned with that type of thing,
Let me
mute
hijack
video
the screen
now.
share for just a sec here.
yes.
Okay, just to weave a few things. Pink is a combination of red and white. And a lot of times when you see this character with red and white, he has the sacred heart or the core.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the red and white together in the sacred symbolism represent Jove, which is the Jupiter, Jesus, that whole summer sun archetype.
Yes. Nice. And
Expansion.
yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. It says a lot when you walk into a person's home.
Yeah, I want to see
and
that
you
picture again. Can you put
observe
it
the
back for a
art.
second? Because, okay, so what Chance said is like the main
Zoom in on
takeaway,
that.
but the way that they've outlined the rest of it is pretty fascinating too, really. Like the weird security lock and the candy.
Ah, you said the word. Are you seeing my screen right now?
No,
Okay.
I don't think so.
Let me share this screen and
Okay, let me drop mine.
Scream all you want because this is going to spoil Scream 4. I don't even know how to explain this properly. I will attempt to. So let's weave it into the idea of you're sharing a picture of Jesus in your home. You walk into someone's home and there's art on display. What is the first piece of art you see? Well, let's look at the art in a home in Scream 4. So look at this artwork here. It's all brown. It looks like a horseshoe. It looks like a magnet. It looks like the toilet seat you get to avoid the trickle on the seat because it's got that opening on the
yeah.
bottom. If you flip it upside down, it might be like horns. So you might get like horns. It's like the letter C. It looks like the symbol for on. You know, you have this O and you have this on, O-N.
Mhm.
You have a lock that goes into a key. You have a pole. You have a hole. You have this idea that you can remain a virgin if the key does not break the hymen lock. If you enter the back door, you can still be considered virginal. Legally, sure.
Okay, so that color is what you'd call like a bister, where it's red and black, as opposed to red and white. And that symbolizes the winter sun, spiritual death, moral degradation, or one given up to their passions, which fits the Scream you know, I'm assuming that fits these characters. Like, you know, they're probably receiving their punishment or whatever. I don't know. I don't think I've seen the movie.
Yeah, they're all horrors. That's why they have to die. I mean, that's
Okay.
that's the premise of all
we're building
teenage
this
slasher movies anyway, right? It's like, you know, they're all trying to run off and screw, and so they have to get killed for being too focused on their lust.
Right, and the virgin always is the one supposed to live.
So is that like is the character who's attacking the Joker chaos character, is he intoxicated on the wine of Bacchus, where they have celebrations and revelries and orgies?
There is a bloodlust aspect to being a killer in the Scream movie. I have a reveal here, but there's more to be discussed about this magnetic fecal.
Reminds me of the Cubs
art.
logo too. Chicago Cubs logo kind of.
It looks like vomit. It looks like diarrhea. It looks really, really disgusting. The color of the home, the wall that is painted, is also this brown tone.
Yeah, it makes me think of like a placenta after birth, blood, hospital, you know, like all those things pop out to me immediately.
Like this could look like an aborted fetus, perhaps. There's a lot of disgusting imagery in this movie. And I'm still wondering, why is this piece of art on the wall a central visual metaphor for something? And the release date of Scream 4, I believe, is 2011. This is important as perhaps a predictive programming. There's an idea of the symbol being very important. So I'm going to scroll out and scroll up, and then let's take another look at this logo we have with a lock and a key.
Oh.
The lock and key symbolism suggesting poles and holes, suggesting a chastity belt, suggesting that you can look but you cannot touch. The only
Look and lock
logo,
even are phonetically similar. Look, lock, luck.
Nice.
Lady Luck, you got lucky. Lady Luck is another archetype of Isis and Our Lady Notre Dame.
Yes.
Lady Luck shows her ugly face and you lose. There's always been a mystery there. I've never tried to unravel it. But you know, like, you don't want Lady Luck to show her face. That means you're going to lose you'll no longer be in the catbird seat. You'll forfeit your victory.
In the context of Scream 4, and this is the spoiler to the plot and the story and what it builds up to. So cover your ears if you don't want to hear it. You've been warned. Here's what happens in the movie. You have a female who has this idea of wanting to be a fan. She wants to have her fan base. She wants to be known around the world for her ability to be a lone survivor. She wants to be the last girl standing, and she wants to have fans. She wants to be a rock star. She wants men and women to admire her. She doesn't want friends. She wants fans. She wants a fan base.
Okay. Want to talk about fans?
She wants to only have fans.
Okay. In Egyptian hieroglyphs, a basket woven from reeds, which could hold the cornucopia of the fruit that you get from the time of fortune, Fortuna, Virgo, Taish, Our Lady Luck. The basket woven from reeds is also a dual signifier for the sacred fan, a purification that cleaned the soul, because fans cleansed grain. And it's no joke.
Because they fan away the chaff, right?
There's a
Right. Yeah.
Bacchus has a mystic fan, and Mystica Vanis Yakiai, I think is how you'd say it in Greek, something like that, is the name of the mystic fan of Bacchus in Greek. But in Greek, it's Vanus. Sounds like Venus.
Nice.
So yeah, Bacchus had a fan to bring it back to Bacchus.
Bring it back to Celine Dion.
And if the
Dio.
poop signifies the spiritual degradation, then they need fans to get clean, to cleanse the grain.
Yep.
It's a dirty
I
job.
need to correct myself too. I looked in the chat and it was not Celine Dion who was complaining about Las Vegas. It was Adele. So let me stand corrected on that so we don't have to try to amend it later.
Sorry, Celine Dio.
For those listening who don't know what an OnlyFans is, within the last few years, there's a website for people that is similar to Patreon. You have this idea that you become a content creator. You create content, whatever that may be. Imagine you are a young woman, you've turned 18, you are legal and able to photograph yourself and share your artistic photographs.
How about
now,
this, Celine
you can
Dion?
lock them behind a paywall so that your fans can become your patrons, can become your worshipers, can become your adoration.
They idolatrize you.
The idolaters.
Yeah, you
yes.
worship your goddess on OnlyFans.
Right. You make tributes. Okay, this is going to get even more disgusting and tie back to a scene in The Green Knight. The idea of, do you know what it is when someone says, I'm going to tribute her photo?
I do.
Okay. So there's this idea of a man spilling seed on a printed out photograph, taking a picture of his tribute to his goddess, and then sending it to the goddess, directing his energy weapon at a printed out lewd photograph that excites him to spill his seed, and then shares that photograph with his goddess, who he
Does she get
supports
some
on
of the lewd
OnlyFans.
for giving him that lewd photograph?
They're unwittingly
Lewd for lewd?
practicing very powerful sex magic.
Yeah.
Okay, one thing about Celine Dion. Celine comes from the Latin, I've mixed up L's and R's. The Latin or Roman word Salinus or Salinus, which means heavenly. So her name is Heavenly Dion, Dio, Dion, the two-faced sun god in the heavens, Janus, or
Interesting.
chaos. Celine, Heavenly, Dion, Dio on. It's like, how many of their names are really encoding?
Wonder what her real name is.
Because that just takes us back to Rasputin and Vladimir Putin. Their names basically mean the same thing. How many more people?
I want to talk
and-
so much more about The King's Man, but I can't. I figure people will want to see it, and it's a great movie. So
I probably won't. I vote for spoilers, but I'm not
You
going to be
spoil
upset.
Spoil
I
it.
don't.
I want to know. I want to at least know. Do they have hats that they kill people with their hat?
No, I didn't see that. No,
That'd be great.
I mean, it's
Like,
kind of, it's like, it's a really hardcore war movie. Like the lead character, like there's all this, you know, I don't even know if I could spoil it because it's so interwoven with crap. But man, now I said I'd spoil it, and I don't even have a train of thought to follow. So if the opportunity presents itself, I'll continue. But whatever I had, it slipped from me there. But Rasputin, it was about something to do with the Rasputin part. I just can't remember. Sorry. It's a big
That's
build up
amazing.
to nothing.
That's okay. That's amazing. You went to see it. The
Yeah,
day
to me,
after his birthday.
The sync is so strange to me that I saw it and I was like, oh, because I like looking at Rasputin stuff. I've always been fascinated by him, and he's mentioned in that Anastasia book that Chance has been well, not only brought up but also has available as archived somewhere
Uh-huh.
on the Telegram, because I listened to the first book and it's amazing, and they talk about the magical powers of Rasputin in that book.
So do you guys want to hear my cliff notes from what I learned about Rasputin? You guys want me to go there?
I think, yeah, that might spurn me even more. Sure, I'll listen.
Yeah. Okay. So he was born in 1869, which is totally like you got the cancer encode there. And he was involved in so he was born into a family of Siberian horse thieves, and Siberia is renowned for it was a criminal, like a criminal penal colony. Nice. Oh yeah, here we go.
Of course.
So yeah, Siberia was a criminal penal colony. He was a horse thief, and he was born into a crazy religious order called the Khalist, Khlysty, Khalisti, the Khalisti order, and they were known for self-afflicting and self-mortification, self-flagellation. Right. And I had to look it up. I was like, oh, does that mean they tie to the Opus Dei? But it turns out Opus Dei didn't exist for another 30 years after that. But
interesting. Okay.
So he's pre-Opus Dei, but they were like really into like self-inflicting, and also his whole thing. One of his things was exhausting himself sexually to gain proximity to God. And that's an old hat. Mm-hmm. But he was said to have an incredibly hypnotic stare.
Mm-hmm.
And so in one aspect, he's like a charismatic, but his charisma is not like uplifting or light. It's like dark and sinister and domineering. And that's kind of his signature, is his crazy beady eyes. And he literally was a hypnotist. And that's something I need to check the timeline on and see where he is in relation to Mesmer.
Yeah,
right?
That's exactly what I thought of when you said that.
I was thinking.
Yep, and Mesmer relates to Haiti in the craziest way, but that's a whole nother rabbit hole. But okay, so he was part of his agenda. He was in opposition to the Romanovs, who eventually he knew the last of the Romanov family, and he played a role in their removal, which happened right after he died. The Romanov assassination in the Bolsheviks, that happened 2 years after his death. So that gives us a decent little timeline that Rasputin was part of the precipitation of the Bolshevik Revolution. And so
and they pretty much show that in the movie. I mean, the movie is encoding kind of like a not perfectly, not just a straight shot of the true history, but like a basic straight shot of it with an alleged behind the scenes insights of where the British are really playing their role and where the Russians are really playing their role, and showing influence of various hidden hands, like correlating and gathering these guys up and then deploying them, And Rasputin is exactly as you described in the movie. And he's got the Romanovs hooked on his healing powers and his charisma and opium. So like he poisons their kid and brings him out dying and says that he can save him if they'll go to war. And then when they do, the Romanovs fall down onto their knees and he pulls out his huge opium-filled crucifix and like gives them a facial with it, and like they're eating and drinking that's just one scene. Like the sexual energy on him is over the top. He's like flirting with the lead character's son and trying to like get him in bed, and like he heals this guy's leg injury and like licks on the scab on his leg and like does all this really weird, like it was really uncomfortable in the theater. Like it's weird, man.
Whoa. So he has a crucifix, like a weaponized crucifix?
Yeah. To me, it was. I told my girl that it was like they're tipping their hat to Marx saying that religion is the opium of the masses, and they're taking it like in this case, religion was literally opium, for the kingdom,
Wow, that's profound. Okay.
He uses it as a weapon later too. So he uses it like he's using it to dispense opium to people so that it keeps them under his sway along with his hypnotism. And then later in the fighting scenes, because if you guys don't know, the Kingsmen, the whole thing is they do this terrific, over-the-top, insane choreography with fighting, and it's insane. The guy who played Rasputin it's very rarely I think I could write this actor a letter and tell him, bro, you did a pretty good job. You scared me. Because I don't, it's hard for me to lose my disbelief, whatever they call it, suspension of, I don't usually a movie can't get me, but the Rasputin guy was pretty spooky.
That's good. Cool. Okay, so I gotta dig in on that crucifix because it's a really interesting link. So Rasputin, it was said that on the day that he died, he came and they fed him poisonous food that was cyanide. It was laced with cyanide, and it didn't kill him. He asked for more, and he kept eating it. So he got double dose, and then he says, I need some wine. So they put cyanide in his wine. He just drinks it like nothing. And they're like,
yeah, that was in the movie.
Okay. And they're like, fuck, this guy is like, he is the Antichrist. We can't kill this dude. So then they tell him, look at this crucifix and let's pray together. And he looks at the crucifix, and while he's looking at it, they shoot him. And then they shoot him again. And they take his clothes. They presume he's dead. They take his clothes and they put his clothes on a dummy, and they make a display of a false Rasputin walking out of the building so that they can build a story that he actually left.
Right.
And they leave his body there, and they come back later that night to bury him, and he jumps to life. And a battle ensues.
You're noticing the sun symbolism in this trailer, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's the sun. Okay, just making sure. He's definitely the sun.
And they're pointing out the raw.
Raw's way.
Yeah, they're not really hiding it. Yeah, that's the poison cake. He eats the whole thing, see?
Oh, damn.
And the vomit. He spits it out.
And we have a sun symbolism in this story in that he goes dead until they come back at night, and he jumps to life. He has a resurrection.
Yeah, 3 days later.
Well, look at the date. Only in theaters on December 22nd. What is December 22nd, according to our sky clock?
That's
when
right.
The sun goes to die.
Yes. Bingo, bango, guys.
Wow.
Nailing it.
Wow.
Nailing it.
Okay.
So,
I'm so disturbed I'm making a meme to distract myself.
These are guys. These are just coincidences. These things these are accidents that happen in the universe.
It's no coincidence.
Life just coincidentally happened out of nowhere.
It's no accident that we have a guest waiting to be introduced.
Oh, wait, let me finish one quick thing.
Rasputin is Dionysus.
One quick thing is Vladimir Putin has a sacred crucifix as well that his mother gave him.
Oh, interesting.
So I'm going to read this real quick. According to Putin, his religious awakening began after a serious car crash involving his wife in 93. There's your Thelemic 93. And a life-threatening fire that burned down their city or their country home in August of 96. Shortly before an official visit to Israel, Putin's mother gave him a baptismal cross, telling him to get it blessed. Putin states, I did as she said, and then put the cross around my neck. I have never taken it off since. When asked in 2007 whether he believes in God, he responded, there are things I believe which should not, in my position at least, be shared with the public at large for anybody's consumption, because that would look like self-advertising or a political striptease.
Oh wow!
Putin is his rumored confessor is Russian Orthodox Bishop Zaka. However, the sincerity of his Christianity has been rejected by his former advisor, Sergei Pugachev. Okay, I just wanted to put that all into the weave because you said he had a crucifix and Putin has a crucifix and it's all secret, sacred, spiritual warfare behind the scenes. All right, I'm done.
Wow.
Great.
Wow. Looking at the clock, do we need to take an intermission and then return with our guest? Is that something we could do?
I'm in for that. I want to bring one piece of data forward because I've been on this thread of children of Dionysus. He has another one, Pathanus or Phthanus, Phthonus or OS. Kind of sounds like Thanos. He's a god of retribution. He's the other half of Nemesis, the goddess of retribution. He's the son of Dionysus, who's the sun, and Nyx, the night.
Yes.
And
yeah, I remember
he
that.
is directly responsible for. He apparently killed his wives. So there's another spouse-societal theme in the Children of Dionysus. But apparently he was the one who had Semele killed. And Semele was one of Zeus's lovers. Her name translates to Earth Goddess. She's, I think she was imported from the Slavic areas. I'm going to bring up this image. So she was actually killed by requesting from Zeus, which Pathanus suggested to her that she needed to see Zeus in all his glory.
Zoom in on the glory.
And when he gave her the glory, she died.
That's
so the
right.
earth goddess died at the trickery of the god of retribution, son of Dionysus.
We have a guest who's on the edge.
Just makes me think of the crucifix opiate
ready
thing,
to jump in to the weave.
because the opiate, opus, ops, and opus are names of Saturn's consort, ops. Symbolize Virgo also, which is core.
Jim, do we have music for an intermission?
So yeah, opiates, opus.
Wow.
Opus.
What a hell of a weave we got going tonight.
The weave's going to continue. We want to play some music. We want people to process what we've said. Those of us who have been on camera for over 2 hours need to maybe take a little break, stretch, and then return in a few minutes. Jim will play some music. Jim, do you have music ready?
Yeah.
And we're going to be back with a special guest.
Nice web. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. 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 The web structure was not affected. Bug Spider, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was not raised over 100 young. The mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found the mate, and raised over. The crack cocaine spider figured building fence was more socket.
We're back. Weaving back in. Whoa.
Good to see you. Nice hat.
Hello, can you hear me?
There you go.
Yeah.
Great. I'm sorry, I'm using my camera's microphone. It's always a little bit more annoying. Sorry about that.
Oh, you sound good.
Hey, Weavers, my name is Occult Priestess, occultpriestess.com, and I will join the silliness this evening. We're talking about an old past life friend of mine, Rasputin, and it sounded like you're talking about a completely different film that isn't the one I saw about Rasputin.
Yeah, I think it's a new movie that came out recently. The Kingsman movie. I haven't seen it. I've seen one of them. You guys, this is probably like number 4 or something.
Does this have anything to do with comic books?
No, it is based on some kind of a book, but it's not comics, I don't think. The Kingsman series is this is the 3rd installment. It'll probably be the final one. I don't know. They could keep going, but it's like it's pretty much like a mythos of British intelligence as the ultimate good guy. And so, like, you know, a father will take his son to the Kingsman tailor. The tailor, they meet at the tailor's shop instead of like in any secret headquarters. And
No,
everyone there
believe me, the Illuminati females meet at the hairdressing salons. Ask
I
at
believe
Sandy Hook, they can tell you.
Is it because they're chase tailors?
Yeah.
Or they're the ones who send you on a chase after tails, like TALES or TAILS?
Yeah. Chasing tails, TALES, definitely. It's up to
So
you
it was
to
amazing
continue
that you
to chase
said-
your own
Sounds like
tail.
So they
ophiometry.
take them to the tailors. So it's amazing because I caught the last little bit of what you were talking about describing this film. And I was like, wow, it really sounds like he's describing the life of Aleister Crowley. And who did Aleister Crowley work for but MI5 and the Crown, the Queen?
Mm-hmm.
So all we're seeing here is regurgitation of a narrative. Obviously, Miss Conspiracy Theorist shows up and, you know, it all goes to hell. Sorry, guys.
No, I didn't think of that aspect too. That really, you know, there's not any one character in the Kingsman that I would say is specifically Crowley-esque, but it definitely kind of has his shadow hanging over the whole thing, and I never thought of that till just now.
But this is about Rasputin. Like you were talking about a Russian having a cross. I mean, that's very normal. All
I
Russians.
think they're portraying him as a Osiris figure.
Well, yeah. So he just went all the way back to Egypt, which trumped everything. So we can say, oh, well, this is just another Osiris. But what happened with Rasputin is such a lot of people say a miracle. You know, that he was a miracle man, not just this horrible hypnotist that had to sleep with everybody, but that he was actually touched by God and called by God. It like just as much as Joan of Arc was, right?
Yeah, because he's JC. He's the Jesus character in this symbolic mythos we've been given.
Well, even in the movie, I mean, he's a villain in the movie that I just watched, but
he was a villain in life too.
Yeah, he performed an act of healing on his worst enemy, the enemy that was definitely there trying to kill him, and he knew it, and he still healed him. So it's a trip.
I love
They actually take him through all of the steps. Like he gets poisoned, he gets shot.
Yeah, he healed the serpent,
and he
as in
gets
he crushed the
drowned.
serpent under his heel, because he's Michael, the sun. He healed the serpent, the poisonous one.
Nice.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Well, he said that he saw rivers of blood, oceans of blood, and he warned the royalties about what was about to come. And I really feel him on that, about warning people about what's about to come. I think all of us do.
Oh,
and
yeah,
so at least we can give him some mad props and some respect for his abilities to understand what was coming through his own visions.
Right, because he was right. Right after he died, it was 2 years, and the Bolsheviks hit. That's beautiful. That's also a lot like Carl Jung foreseeing the wars that were coming.
Yeah.
Well, Rasputin sent a letter to the queen, according to the film I saw, and that letter said, I'm going to die soon, Rasputin. If I die on the street among the whores and the wretches, then don't worry about it. But if I am destroyed by your family, then all of you will be dead within 2 years.
And it came true. That the studying the Romanovs' assassination of their whole family and the entire ritual and how they tried to hide the bodies at the bottom of a quarry down a well and all that stuff really messes with my head. Like, it was so shocking and horrible. And we don't even know that it's true necessarily, but the way they portray it.
Well, that's what meditation's for. That's how I connected with Rasputin, because the story, it gripped my heart like completely. What this man who was so bad, but also so positive, like a vessel for when the energy needed to come through, the energy used that man. And so that made him a holy man. And I have a thing for holy men. I sure do. So I really researched it. But not only that, I went upstairs and looked for him until I found him. So meditate, guys.
Yeah. So Rasputin is an anagram for raptu, sin. And he was practicing sex magic. And
that's what reminded me of Aleister Crowley.
Right. I love that connection.
But when you're talking about self-flagellation, that's a form of bondage and domination. That's actually...
I'm sorry, I don't want to forget this because I thought of it in the theater. I want to make maybe we could collect money to commission Adam Lore to draw us a bunch of pictures of Frank Zappa as Rasputin. Sorry, I had to get that off my chest. Sorry for interrupting, but the idea of characterizing Zappa as Rasputin, it does something for me. We could generate a whole mythos off of that, and Zappa was kind of his own Rasputin. He was terrifying. Yeah, Rasputin. But anyway, I'm sorry, I derailed it a little bit there, but I didn't want to.
I also met Frank Zappa in spirit. He's still alive, right? But I met him there, and he's
not alive. He
dead.
died in the late 80s of colon cancer.
Oh, well, see, I can't tell the difference between the living and the dead sometimes. But he was there, but he was a mad scientist when I saw him, and he was trying to create new things in this crazy hell realm. It was
interesting. Yeah, his father was a chemical weapons engineer for the government.
I knew they came from some kind of government facility, basically.
And he was suspiciously pro-war if you compare it to all of the other music at the time.
Suspicious. I know exactly who Frank Zappa is.
Yeah. I just mean in comparison to the whole anti-war 60s, he didn't come out and say, rah, 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 we should go to war, but he made a lot of fun of the hippies and definitely didn't say he was against war.
You just said what his parents did, so we understand all about Frank Zappa.
Yeah, Frank, there's that name. I don't trust Franks.
That's a pretty blanket statement.
I got a daughter with that name.
About Frankenfurter from the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Like Francesca?
No, her name's Frankie.
Frankie. Oh, that's even better. That's cute.
And I don't trust Frankie, just so you guys know. Jim's met her. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. Jim's got a similar character in his life. And you don't just go take a relaxing sleepy nap with a Frankie in the house.
Yeah.
I want to thank Dimension K for liking my little homie sweater. He said, nice outfit.
Nice.
I did a live stream right before this where we unboxed a crystal that Elf gave me. So I just got in my granny clothes after that. And that's where I'm at right now, boys.
Me too. That's it. I came home from the movie and got all comfortable and forgot all about this stream. So I was like, screw it. I'm just going to put on one overshirt. Like, I got this color blue all the way down to my feet and just my Puma slides on. I figure, well, I better put on this Kango hat. So me and a Occult Priestess actually kind of go together. We could make a 90s rap video.
I love it. So I want you, if you guys are into Rasputin, maybe Harry Potter, Rasputin is played by Alan Rickman. That's Snape, the Harry Potter fans.
Oh,
and that's in an HBO special, which I downloaded a few years ago, and I have it. And I'm going to start movie nights on Rockfin, and that's going to be one of the movies that I plan to play, because it's one of my favorite films ever. Because there's some points in it that are very poignant. Let's say it that way.
That's cool. We're just
So
talking.
you went into meditation specifically seeking Rasputin, and how long did it take you to? What did it take to find him? If you don't mind me asking.
Not at all. I love questions. So this was actually during a Kundalini awakening, which means I wasn't in control of my ego or where I was going or what I was doing. And I found myself in a palace, and it had been bombed. And I believe this is the future, by the way, Russia. And in the palace, I found Rasputin on the stairs, and I sat next to him as if I were a little girl wanting to learn from him. And he said, I already know you. We already know each other. And he took my hand, and we went behind the stairs. The only thing I've seen like this is in the Matrix, when they go into the doors and there's the behind place where you're behind the scenes of everything. That's where he took me. And then from there we opened a door, and he took me to Alexei, the Russian child's bedside where he was sick, and said, this is what I did for them, and showed me. And I was there to observe that. But the whole time I was a little girl, which was interesting because I was an adult having this vision. So he knew me at some point in my childhood in Russia, but I'm not, that's all I know. That's all I could say. So that's all I know.
Interesting. So that, so that child, Alexei, whose mother was Alexandra, they were the Fyodorovnas, and they were a German bloodline sitting on a Russian throne.
Now that's what's got my interest peaked just this week, because I was watching The Great, which is about Catherine, and she was German. And I'm like, wait a minute, because if you don't know, the royals over in England are German. How did the Germans take the frick over the planet through the royal bloodlines?
It sure seems like it.
They dropped that in the movie too, which it used to be a lesser known fact. They actually have King George say that because everything in the world is turning so bad that he's been advised to change his name from what is it? It's Box Coburg.
Yep.
That's close.
Yep.
That might not be right, but to Windsor. And that's true. I mean, that's really what happened. Yeah.
Totally.
So to me, that was a reveal like that. 20 years ago, that was a secret that you had to dig up on the internet or in a book.
I've never heard it though. I've never heard this secret. I just knew that bitch on the throne over in England was German. But now I'm starting to hear all the bitches are German. I'm like, what?
It totally delegitimizes them. So I want to do a quick little decode. I think I'm going to put this video together later in the week. But MK, this is MK Ultra. Okay, so check this out. We've got MK, that's you reverse it, and you got the King's Men, KM, right? This is the Keter is the top node on the tree of life. Down to the M is Malkuth. That's the bottom node. So you have full spectrum dominance. And now I'm going to tie it back into the King's Men. That's the Knights of Malta, the K to the M. Yeah. And so all of this signaling.
Who is in charge of the Knights of Malta?
That's the Church of St. John. That goes to the Jesuits. Ultimately.
I thought the Black Pope, right?
The Black Pope.
Were they not also philosophers?
I don't consider these guys the good guys at all. Like
I don't know.
Yeah, they all have Pythagorean wisdom and geometry, but that's for the sake of codes. And
but anybody can do that.
Right. All of them have that. And that's to speak to that right brain, the symbolic mind. They all have.
It's also to keep secrets, like you said.
right? To speak in plain sight, right in front of everybody. So they all have that Pythagorean dynamic baked into it. Right. So yeah, the Maltese Knights, that's your MK. And I just think it's amazing that we're talking about this tonight. And you
One
brought
more
up
thing. What about the Maltese Falcon? How is that going in this? Because Hermes made me watch the Maltese Falcon, so I know that this is connected. Tell me.
I remember you're talking about the Hollywood movie, like from back in the day, the Maltese Falcon. Yeah, I remember.
I don't know the movie, but
It was about a thief who stole things. But then again, we're talking about stealing thrones, aren't we? And stealing the family jewels and all that kind of shit.
Hey, I'm here, guys. I'm just snacking, but I got to tell you about the Maltese Falcon.
Yeah, drop it.
The Falcon symbolizes Horus, and he's being carried in a basket, in a briefcase.
He's that gold. Do you understand, you guys?
It's the sun on the river of the zodiac.
Quentin Tarantino's film where they open the briefcase and there's gold in it. There's your horn.
That's a Moses in the
That's
basket.
MacGuffin, babe.
That's the Cesta K Trust. Cesta means basket. Sweet weave, Chance.
Oh, you said Sesticate Trust. That reminds me of that lady that was on YouTube and ended up getting arrested on the roof of her house, talking all about the similar, what people out in the normie world would call sovereign citizen stuff. But she had everything got nuked after that. She was live streaming the fact that she was pretty much going to war with these people with paperwork.
Right.
And, people chiming in on Levette's channel followed in for a little while, keeping track of her. But I never heard anything of her after that. She went to jail.
That's the one where she was up on the roof when they got her, right?
That's right. The cops pretty much tackled her on the roof without knocking her down into the street. They got her without knocking her off the roof. But yeah, that was terrifying. I was watching it live. She was like warring against the police squatting in that house that she claimed to own. And she had all these reams of paperwork. She had figured out her true blood lineage all the way back to the most firm rights on the land that you can have.
Right. It's like
I can't think of the word. She kept using this one word.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think
of it. She basically found the American equivalent of the Charlemagne's prize.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
She had and she could prove a claim to high sovereign status. We got no sound here.
600 years the falcon has carried the mystery of a fabulous wealth under its grotesque wings. I could tell you 1,000 tales of the men and women who have hunted this evil bird, but every story has the same ending: murder. Listen to these incredible people, all consumed by their passionate greed for the Maltese falcon.
What have you ever given me beside money? Have you ever given me any of your confidence, any of the truth? Haven't you tried to buy my loyalty with money and nothing else?
What else is there I can buy you with?
The second week in a row that Bongo has shown.
I don't care who loves who. I won't play the sap for you.
I haven't lived a good life. I've been bad. Worse than you could know.
We were talking about a lot more money than this. There are more of us to be taken care of now. Well, that may be, but I've got the falcon.
You may have the falcon, but we certainly have you.
I've taken a lot of writing from you. I'm gonna
Humphrey Bogart.
Get up
Bogart is a near anagram for Argyle,
Now talk.
which
Oh,
is,
how can you accuse me of such a terrible...
This isn't the time
speaking
for that
in
schoolgirl act.
code,
We're
it's the
both of us
priestly
sitting under the
language,
gallows.
Argyle.
Yay! Thank you, whoever did that. Whoever's driving the stream, that was freaking awesome.
Yeah, and I just dropped the audio book in the Weaving Spiders chat too, if anyone's interested in the original work. I see a cute black dog.
Oh, I have some
Marmalade.
Dashiell Hammett books. He's a great private investigator, crime writer.
Yeah, I don't think
Did
I've
we
ever
see what was shared in the chat about the leader of the Knights of Malta? You're gonna flip when you see his title, Gabriel.
The Mule?
Look,
Can
the
you
leader of
screen
the.
share that?
It's in the Spider's Telegram.
Is this a private message for Telegram only?
And for Snake Jones,
Chance that you
Master.
brought up Horus the Younger, I hope. That was very, very intriguing because Horus is the one who destroys evil, and that's the prophecy the Egyptians are waiting upon.
You guys want me to share this Prince Carlo, Duke of Castro page?
Just wanted to point out that he's the Duke of Castro.
I wonder if he's intact. Maybe he's been maybe he's been over circumcised. Duke of Castro.
Did you say over circumcised?
Yeah, you know that happens sometimes, and then you got to use a silver quill to urinate so you don't go accidentally all over yourself with the strange hole is where your genitals used to be.
Oh yeah, the Mickey Mouse Club.
Eunuchs.
Oh, this is a good one. Okay, so I'm just going to drop this real quick.
This is the 1931 version of the Maltese Falcon. 10 years later, the 1941 version with Humphrey Bogart. There are two versions of the film.
This one's got Technicolor.
The movie poster does. They colorized it.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
So eunuchs.
I think you could take all the names of all those actors and get zodiac symbolism out of it.
Well,
did you guys catch what I said about Bogart being Argyle?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if it was audible.
The
Like Bogart, like made me
The
think of
Kant language, yeah.
Argonauts too. When you said
Yes,
that.
exactly.
Yeah. What were you saying?
I talked
Marty?
about the Argyle on a flow state, or I don't know which one, 5 or 8.
Mary Astor. She's in the Astor.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Yeah, I was just talking about Astoria because we have relatives and we like to travel there, and it's a phenomenal place if you have a chance to stop in Astoria, Oregon, because the Astor family has had some influence on that region, let me tell you.
Man, this is an amazing map, SB. This one with the mule in the middle.
Yeah, I just dropped it because when I'm looking to the side during a stream, I always try to drop whatever's relevant, either screen capture or a link or both, even without really looking close. I didn't even zoom in on that thing. I just saw that it's part of our cumulative moving thing here, you know?
Yeah. And it has the Ukraine. I'm going to have to process that later. That is a lot of information. That's great. So I had just a fun epiphany chatting in Project Cheney's channel this week, going back and forth. I think Gordy was there with me. We were talking about Michael Jackson I call him M Cult Jackson, MK Ultra Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
My nickname for him. And he's like the best example of a eunuch because I believe he is a castrado, castrado, Castrado. And if you look that term up, they'll try to convince you that it's an ancient practice and they don't do it anymore. But what's really amazing about modern day media is they only need to do it once. And then they can proliferate it and exalt that person to such a degree that the influence and the impact.
Right. It's like fractional reserve media, you know.
You got it.
Just torture and castrate one boy, and then it's like having 10 million castrados.
Right. You know, the castrato they were the singers, they were the choir boys. And so they knocked it off so that they could still keep that high range.
Right.
Sopranos. They were sopranos.
You got it.
Right. Well, they were the high tenor, and so in the music, it's actually written castrato natural or something like that, something to that effect. Like when it's requesting a natural castrato, that high range natural voice, or there is also sheet music that says falsetto is also available. Like it's okay if you use a falsetto if you don't have some castrated kid,
right?
Singing in your choir, it's okay to have a falsetto, which is a fake voice. Your fake high voice, like your head
voice,
right? Yeah. Exactly.
Like Queen was Freddie Mercury a falsetto?
No,
sometimes.
He was.
I mean, he used some,
but
no, he had an unbelievably belting range,
huge range. Yeah,
that's very interesting because we've woven in before that Mercury might be actually holding his phallus in his hand. So that
not only his phallus, but it's also Baphomet's phallus, right?
Yes,
it's the teninivir. Maybe it's the teninivir. That's the whole thing.
Nice.
It's the rock,
right? The
Petra.
element. The element.
It's the Lord.
Yeah. So MK. Michael Jackson, MK Ultra. I believe that all of MK Ultra programming begins with circumcision. It begins with circumcision, and from that point on, all you have to do is imply or whisper in some subtle way the concept of castration, and you gain control of the person who's been traumatized by the initiation, the beginning of a castration process. And so this is where the word orchestrate or castrate right.
Okay.
So these castrados.
It's also or kush. And if we had time, I could go through and explain where the kush symbolism comes from, but that goes right back to Ophiuchus and Bacchus.
Yes. This is the casting of the spell.
And who does it? Opie? Orchestrate. Sorry.
Orchestrate.
Opiate. I mixed up opiate and orchestrate.
Right. So C and P are actually both threes in septenary. C and P are both a 3 in septenary. So ope and oak. But anyway, orf and orc. Okay, so
oak is a symbol of the sun in terms of tree symbolism.
Nice. So what I discovered on Project Cheney was one of the jobs of a eunuch was to guard the harem of the king, of the pharaoh, the pharaoh's the house full of ladies, all of his concubines. And the king could trust a eunuch to protect the concubines because he doesn't have a key to get into the house of the sacred domicile of the lady's vessel, if you know what I'm saying, right? So what blew my mind was I realized that Michael Jackson was orchestrated chemically. I think he was chemically orchestrated or castrated. And he was married to Elvis Presley's daughter, right? Was his daughter of Elvis Presley?
Yeah.
Priscilla,
yes.
Lisa Marie.
Oh, no, that's right. Thank you, Lisa Marie. Priscilla was Elvis's wife.
Okay, thank you. So Michael Jackson married the daughter of the king. And here we have a eunuch guarding the royal blood of the king. Elvis was called the king.
It's accurate. Absolutely slick.
And that is just so far out to me when that dawned on me that and Gordy made a good point. Gordy was saying that he thinks that she was protected. She was looking out for Michael. Like she was making sure he kept his proclivities under control.
You could almost see it with their body dynamics, their interplay. She seemed very protective of him when you'd see them in
I remember that
and stuff. Like she was very like, oh, she would like jump in. What do you mean?
Yeah, she would interrupt on his behalf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very protective.
Interesting.
Almost like a handler.
Right.
And don't forget
you're
that
at a high
Elvis is
level
the
when they
king.
have
He's
Elvis's daughter assigned as your handler.
Elvis. L is, L.
Right.
And this is German for white.
The white
He wore
king.
white all the time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or the white god, even.
The king of rock and roll, Elvis Presley.
Yep.
Let me
The
share this
Rock.
again to show you this figure.
Kind of looks like Elvis in his later years.
Yeah.
This is Orcus. This
Oh,
demon is named
shit.
Orcus.
Holy shit.
What's it from, Alan?
This art is from Shin Megami Tensei, Japanese series of demon simulators where you literally summon demons to fight for you. Just enjoy
So
this.
just like a typical demon RPG?
Yeah. What is a typical demon RPG? So here's from the fan website. So I'll just read this to you here. Scrolling down, this figure has appeared in a number of games. Orcus is sometimes malevolent god of death and one of the gods of the Roman underworld. In Roman mythology, he is also known as the punisher of broken oaths, and so is the Roman equivalent to the Greek god Orcos or Orcos. He was more
Orko was the magician in He-Man too. Orko.
Right. Equivalent to the Roman Pluto than to the Greek gods Hades. Okay. He is daring but violent and will massacre enemy troops in order to eat them. He also sometimes appears as a giant dragon with fangs of iron. A terrifying portrait of this deity was portrayed in paintings on the walls and tombs of the Etruscan tombs as a hairy, bearded giant. He was later given the same status as the Roman Pluto and Dispater, rulers of the underworld. Orcus is also said to have inspired orcs, a race of pig-like men who frequently appear in modern fantasy.
Shout out to the Etruscans. And they became Strega, and that became Italian witchcraft.
Which I always think of strategy. Estregas and strategy, because wasn't it Athena? She has the owl has 360-degree view, can spin its head in all directions.
Think about this. This guy is Dispater, as opposed to Rasputin. He's Dispater.
Isn't that Jupiter?
Disputin.
It's just
Disputin.
It's just Jupiter.
Right.
Disputin, Dispater.
That Potter.
Harry Potter.
Any old Potter.
There was a Potter in history that does seem like Harry Potter. And I forget who it is right now, but I just found it like 2 weeks ago when I was watching Harry Potter.
Well, Nephis was an Egyptian deity that was a potter that made Osiris on the potter's wheel.
Are you talking
And
about
Nephthys?
Nephthys?
No, Nephis, Cnephis. And he symbolized in a lot of Masonic literature as a golden egg with wings.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the Hare Krishna, Harry Potter, golden snitch.
The egg, the famous flying potato in Boise. We can add that to the list now.
Yeah, that was in a flow state.
Was that on Flow State?
I think that's when we showed that.
Okay,
It?
yeah.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
We're gonna have to start categorizing.
We need to make a correspondences app and just make it so that people can Like to me, if we could write a
I
correspondence
would call it conflation. It's a conflation app.
that's a great name
That's a
for it.
good-
I agree.
yeah.
Because
Conflation
that's
is
what
a
it
great
is.
name.
You're conflating things.
Conflating
that
everything.
really-
I mean, that's what we do.
But
We conflate everything, and it's all nonsense, and it's just a huge coincidence
diminutive.
that any of it comes together at all, right?
It is diminutive. If you knew the deeper meaning and found the golden thread, golden snitch, then it wouldn't
How do we find
be
it?
diminutive. It would be important.
I feel like the language is the golden thread.
Yeah.
Babylon.
I think so too.
Babylon.
Logos.
The baby lion.
Oh, Babylon.
That's right. Finally. Okay, got it.
Speaking of babies, here, look, somebody will get a square.
I just watched Toy Story Part 4, Woody.
This is my little Gordy cowboy hat.
Now, have you had that since you were a little boy?
Yeah,
That's great, dude.
It's got like, bugs and
yeah, it's the real thing.
It's a real deal. Yeah,
awesome.
So you've been out trying to get the cows to come home with that on.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I'm not kidding. I mean, that's it. You know how it is. You live in Arizona too, so I mean, like you need to get out to the mesa before the sun sets and get the cows at least on their way home. And I can't believe you haven't already left. And here's your lunch, and here's some extra water.
Yeah, good luck.
So
no
hopefully they come
phones.
with you.
Oh, wait, put the hat back on, Gordy. We got all hats in the room.
Yeah. Do we have all hats? Okay.
We got all hats.
Yeah.
I came back to my battle station. I was lazing on the couch and eating voraciously.
Oh, good. I was just going to say we need more sunglasses. And here you show up, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Sunglasses. I can't believe I don't have sunglasses within reach. That's gonna, I'll put that on my to-do list here.
So I love how the word for cowboy is Spanish for gentleman. A caballero.
Caballero.
Caballero. That's beautiful to me. Because a gentleman, takes his hat off at the right time, but it implies that you have to have a hat to be a gentleman.
Yeah.
Some really sweet fashion advice, kids.
Well, tipping your hat can make the difference between you having an excellent time and having a very miserable one based on whoever's there and in charge and what their etiquette degree is, If you don't tip your hat to an older man who's higher status than you when you walk past him, you could be shot in the back.
Here's Neff or Nuffus or Nephis.
Are you
serious? That's
Yes,
the
I'm
symbol that they use for that demiurge guy,
Yes, it goes all the way back.
Yao
That
the
doesn't
Baal.
look Egyptian at all.
Holy shit, y'all. Okay. This is Echidna.
I'm not claiming this is an Egyptian image. This is a characterization of Neff from sometime somewhere.
Yeah, man. This is the Echidna. So look at the porcupine spikes on the crown. You've got the serpent
Wait,
tail.
do you mean the corona that is the sun behind the head, which is known as the aura?
Mm-hmm.
Also, yes, and we have the serpent, right? Obviously, combined with a mammal. And
That looks like a Babylon lion head.
baby lion is a little sperm lion.
Yeah.
And
Going
we
in.
got the six-pointed star with the
Yep.
crescent.
That tail is pointed. Doesn't that make it a weapon?
The tail is in the shape
Yes.
of a limniscate.
Yeah, it is.
Nice chance.
You got the sun
Okay.
and the moon. So you've got the two pillars, and the creature
this-
itself is the third pillar.
And Saturn,
Yes.
six-pointed star.
Okay, so this is also a toxoplasmosis coming out of the ass of the cat.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
In the,
Oh my God.
I
Yeah,
love
bro.
that meeting, boys.
Wow,
And-
dude.
My God.
and
That's a trip.
Toxo is a bow,
Yeah, he's the
And-
mighty hunter. It's Nimrod.
and this goes back to the bow hunter, which is the toxo. It means bow. Toxoplasmosis, y'all, big time. The echidna is.
Diana.
Oh my gosh! I'm so glad you brought that up, Chance.
Yeah, Echidna is an anagram for Diana.
Yaldy baldy.
Start weaving some stuff on Diana if we want.
Yeah,
I'll cue it up.
DNA.
Well, also,
I can't believe
Diana
the
was the other
toxo
name
sink, the
for Wonder Woman.
cat asshole
it's a
sink in
cat butt pooping. The fucking demiurge is a hidden symbol of the cat butt pooping.
The demiurge. Yes, the
Urge,
demiurge is toxoplasmosis.
How are the audio levels coming through for everyone? Occult Priestess, you're probably further away from your microphone, so your voice is a little softer than the rest of us. We don't mean to speak over
I'm
you.
way far away. I'm trying to yell.
And your level is okay in my ears, but I don't know. It's probably different from.
It's coming in a little soft, a little quiet.
Broadcast levels are not in studio levels, and technically we are all in
Thank you, Marcus.
Jim's studio, I think.
This is also a symbol of Neff.
Yeah, that looks so much like that potato egg drop. Okay, quick. So just
Instead
I
of
never
gold,
said
though,
it.
the egg is supposed to be gold.
It's the golden snitch.
Yeah, it's the golden snitch.
This is the. But that egg, they drop an egg for the last, pardon me, a potato every year on the New Year's instead of a ball here in Boise. For the last 9 years, they've
And
done
it has wings on it.
It has wings on it. It looks just like this thing. It's blowing my mind.
So can somebody pull up the? I mean, we did this last week. We looked at this last week, but can somebody pull up that picture I just dropped in the Telegram? Yes. So look at the shape of the wings on the potato there, right? The shape of those wings. And then I guess I can do it. Can I do screen share? Is that possible?
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
Giddy up.
I'm going to try.
Level up.
We've been wondering what's on your screens.
So do you see it here? Am I on?
Yeah.
We see it.
Okay, so the shape of the wings on that potato is the shape of her legs right here.
And it's the shape of Neff.
And it's
of
the
the
shape
Neff I just showed.
Yes.
Shape of the recurve.
The shape of the bow, the toxoplasmosis.
Wow.
Guys.
Oh, okay. Okay, check it.
Oh, in the previews
Hold up.
they had who's the girl with the snaky hair? Medusa,
Medusa.
was able to get out on the town because she ordered some sunglasses from Amazon.com.
Right?
That's it. Yes, that's what it
viper.
was.
The she viper. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. It all comes around. Wow. Let me see if I can. So the she
Surf
viper.
on waves of pure synchronicity, folks.
Yeah, man.
We hang 10 on pure synchronicity.
It's
waves.
all chant. It's all just.
So Krista in the chat says Diana is one of the goddesses of the Strega, and that's true. And Diana was seduced by her brother known as Lucifer, and they had a child known as Aradia, and Aradia incarnated on Earth to teach the witches. That's that story, and that's Etruscan.
You know, what's interesting too is Lucifer is Venus, and Diana is an anagram for Anadai or Anadi, which was a shortened version of Adionami or Anadi Omini. I'm butchering that word, but that Anadimene, that's it.
Anady, did you say that?
Yeah, that's
like Kennedy.
That's an appellation for Venus or Aphrodite.
Krista also brought up Tracy Twyman, which has been a hot topic with me and SB lately. I also asked, especially that Freeman Sly put up one of the older episodes of Tracy this week so that we could all remember her together. But we're working on something behind the scenes. We don't have full confirmation yet, SB, but we're waiting on it because we're supposed to get together Monday and talk about it.
Yeah, we got a conversation scheduled for Monday, and I look forward to it. And I was glad to see that Freeman put up what looks like a pretty good episode, and I don't think I've ever heard that one, so that's pretty rare for... I don't think Freeman was one of the least people that I followed the thread when I was really on my initial Tracy Twyman binge before we became friends and started doing work together. You know, that's how most people find Tracy, is they find a little bit and they go, oh my God, never heard anything like this. And so then you go and you start trying all of your different search terms to force the Oracle to give you more Tracy. But I didn't find a lot of Freeman.
If you're looking for the older stuff, that obviously all of her stuff is going to be older stuff. Freeman Fly's YouTube channel is no longer in service. That means his entire archive of 20 years, a long time, is gone. So what we're going to be slowly doing is putting it on
they banned Freeman. I didn't know that.
No, nobody knows, really. Nobody, he didn't tell anyone, but we talk. So that's gone. And we're planning, you know, in the future to have everything on Rockfin. But also, what was the other thing? Oh yeah, you can still find it all at freemantv.com. Just go to the sidebar, look up Tracy, and you will find her there.
Cool.
This is another Neff symbolism from Freemasonry. Does that look like a cat, asshole?
A little bit.
Kiss it right on the lips there.
That's the homunculus smiling at you, wanting to get out.
And the Ouroboros, or the sunlight gold wine. Boros.
It's the third eye in the triangle with the snake in the tail that will eat itself. I actually just made a video about this very symbol, about Omicron, Delta, and the other symbol. They're all the variants of COVID. Yeah, it's Corona, which was the circle, Delta. You guys can go see it. It's on Rockfin.
Corona, Omicron, Delta.
So you reminded me of a piece of art I made here, Chance, because I used the word Neff and the Neff ring. I have to look up the Neff ring and figure out what it means again. But it's like it's something to do with particle colliders or something. I'll get back to you.
Oh, interesting.
Krista in the chat, did you see this? She said Diana means AI, according to Philip K. Dick.
Wow.
Yeah, Krista's a wealth of knowledge. She's a brilliant researcher.
Yes.
Wow.
She said that her knowledge comes from Margaret Murray and the God of the Witches, which is a resource Twyman cited. But dude, I love Murray Hope. She's one of my favorites, or Margaret Murray. But look up Murray Hope too, girl. She's great.
Maybe I need to run this through my image enlarger, but I'd like to know what the letters are here. You've got Janus, the two-headed god, combined with Neff, combined with crushing the serpent, healing the serpent. This is a wild one.
That is wild.
5 6-pointed stars. Just thinking on the fly here, this Neff character.
Yeah.
Isn't that angel thing holding a gamma ray? It's the one that looks like an L upside down.
Oh.
Don't get a hermeticist started on this crap.
Right. So it also
Please.
got the lambda.
We'll get started on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's holding, that looks like on his right hand, it's the compass.
Yeah.
And that's a square, I'm assuming,
Mm-hmm.
in his other hand. Okay. Wonder what the 4-to-5 ratio is down at the bottom on the
That's
sphere.
definitely a gamma symbol. What do you guys think it is?
That's the 4 and 5 is Jupiter Saturn.
Okay.
It's and it comes up to the 9.
So the point of these hermetic symbols is to look at them and try to fiddle them out. Is that where you're coming from? Because really, when you know hermetics, they just speak to you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what are they saying to you?
Well, obviously you have a hermaphrodite on top of a dragon, right?
Well, I wouldn't say necessarily it's a hermaphrodite.
But that's alchemy. That's what that two-headed
Could be.
thing is. It's not Janus, I promise you. That's alchemy. That's the alchemical symbol of all is one. A male and a female. Shakti Shiva. There you go. Let's go back to the Hindu. That's Shakti Shiva on top of the world. But look, it's on top of the dragon, which means it's quelling some kind of lower form, right?
Well, it's the Holy Trinity. It's their child. And now that the dragon is slain, out of the egg, the new son of the Son of God is born.
Oh, well, I'm pre-Christian, so my stuff's not going to sound.
This isn't, I'm not referring to Christianity. This is what ophiolatry is always encoding.
Oh, theology?
Ophiolatry.
How do we spell that, please?
O-P-H-I-O. Ophi? Olatry. O-L-O-R-T-Y.
Okay, well, I have to look that up because it's a new one on me, but obviously the deciphering of symbols in this very particular one is a Hermetic symbol.
Right. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's all one transmission of knowledge from place to place.
And it's not going to be Janus 99% of the time. It's going to be a hermaphrodite.
Well, I don't see why Janus couldn't be a hermaphrodite.
Well, there you go, kid. Try to do that in meditation. I'd love to hear the outcome.
Yeah. It's also, that twin heads at the top that's got that June component, the height of the season, that pinnacle top. But Janus is also a January at the bottom. And maybe those are the two faces, the oppositional two sides.
Krista says the dragon is possibly Leviathan.
It is that time of year, though. If the dragon's being slain, then it's winter time.
Winter.
Or coming out of winter.
Winter. When you tear.
In a non-time, non-linear point of view, the dragon is all of our negativity, and it's the thing that we slay or overcome or heal to become an enlightened being.
Yeah, it's in the seasons winter, and on the day cycle it's night. I'm gonna try to blow that image up.
Yeah, you run it through that thing you got.
Oh wow, it turned out great. I wasn't sure. It was like a really small picture.
You've got to be a magician to do this, don't you, Chance?
I like that the skill sets come together. Well, you still can't quite make out what's on its chest, but I think it might be Rebus.
Can we see it?
Look. Yeah, I'm bringing it up.
Nice. That is better.
It was a really small image.
Wow.
It's like RESO.
Where did it come from? What's like the little thing under it saying?
Okay, now, Chance, I want to take that version. Let me see if I can do it.
It'd be nice to know the origin, guys.
And and tell the
Google image
AI to
search.
find similar ones.
Oh, snap. And look, the egg is balancing on its nose. Isn't that a solstice thing?
Well, I know that's a gamma because I just learned about gamma a week ago.
But the egg balances on its nose on the solstice. That's a trick you can do.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I've always wanted to.
That's true.
There's
Yeah,
an
that's
egg
an old
within an
wives'
egg.
tale. That's true.
It is. Is it true? I've never done it.
Yeah, me neither.
It happens in England. I haven't tried it in this lifetime, but it does
Yeah.
happen in past lifetimes.
Winter solstice, when the old sun dies,
Yes.
the dragon is slain, and then you go into January. Janus.
Boom.
That's interesting.
Did y'all slay your dragons this year?
Yeah.
Yes, actually.
Couple.
Yeah.
Couple.
There was some. It was gnarly.
Was there blood and guts and gore?
There's always fire.
Yeah. Sometimes.
So I've always wanted to do an experiment where you, in that moment, because it's a very small, narrow window on the solstice that you can do this balancing trick. And I've always wanted to set up a large field. I mean, let's just say a 5x5 space of balancing eggs, maybe bigger. It would have to be bigger. Let's say 10 by 10 of balancing eggs with maybe a couple dozen of eggs, and then watch which direction they all fall.
Hey, that's a good idea.
And
hey, we should do a meetup at Snake's house and do that on the solstice.
Balance all
I'm
of it.
there. I'm there.
Yes. And see
Dude,
what
would that be
direction.
fun?
Yes. And also, what direction do they tip over first? Does it come from the east, the west, the north, or the south? And just record the whole experiment and see what the hell is up with this tiny window of egg balancing potentiality. I love that we just broke that down. That was great.
Hey, is that a cat behind you, Jim?
Yes.
So
oh, okay. I'm like, what am I looking at?
It's
back to
the
the
new
thing
guy.
about the rebus. If it says rebus on
shadow because it's small.
If it says rebus on the Neff chest, just to explain rebus, that is res and bina, meaning two things or double matter. So
Whoa,
it's
okay.
basically the part of alchemy where the thing is transgenderized, so to speak.
Here, J-Lo put a better picture up here.
You mean hermaphroditic?
Yes.
There, can you guys see that?
I'm a little sensitive.
Oh, there you go.
Height.
It is rebus. Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely rebus. I just found it too using Google's corollary search.
Looks like a 3 instead of a 5 now.
This one's a pretty clean copy.
Oh, interesting.
Slightly different than that one, maybe.
The symbols inside the
Definitely male and female.
Compass in a square and like the NBA basketball.
You know, the one on the on the right, on the bottom right, is that 47 symbol that I keep seeing?
Looks like a 43 to me, dude.
It looks like if you put it on its side, you think it's a 43?
The last picture, it looked more like a 5, but that was a blurry picture.
Yeah.
Oh no, that one, yeah, that one looks like a 3 on that one.
But now that I look
but
at it,
this
it could have
one-
been a 3 on the one I had.
But if
in
you
the
look,
star.
it's got 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what
No,
it says.
I'm
1, 2,
talking-
3, 4.
I'm talking about the inside the star on the bottom right. There's a cross with a lightning bolt.
That is Saturn, my friend.
Saturn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally.
Saturn's a 47.
What's the square in
The
the
one
triangle?
above it is Jupiter, my friend.
Yep.
Mm.
Mars, Venus. Wow. You know, something interesting. I was listening to Tazarian yesterday, and he was saying that he was speaking of the difference of Gnostics and Hermetics, and it was interesting. It was just very interesting. You know, the idea that
He
they're
has
not.
strong words to say about that.
Yeah. What do you got?
I would
on
have
that?
strong words to say about that too.
All right, let's hear it.
Well, I wonder what side of the fence he was sitting on, but Gnosticism seems to be a system of control that keeps being pushed throughout the ages so that
Yes,
people believe
bingo.
that they're worthless beings.
That's where Tessarion falls on the matter too.
Yeah. I've seen a really cool graph. It's
The
somewhere in
teaching
my-
that the world is like a fallen, corrupt place created by an evil god, that nature is somehow not the perfect expression
Yeah,
of
that's
life force
right.
energy.
and there's several different versions of Gnosticism that
You're trapped in your body. It's a prison planet. You
Right,
dirty
yeah.
sinner.
But it's true that we are in a prison planet. Before the Gnostics ever
It's
came
true.
around, Buddha
Yeah.
said this is samsara, world.
That's
of
Gnosticism, though.
suffering.
That
That's
is
exactly the same
That's
thing.
not-
same thing.
It's simulation theory. It's
Not
samsara.
all the
It's
same thing. They're very
Gnosticism.
different. One cultivates the soul, the other cultivates and destroys this horrifying ego. Turns it
Keyword
into
is cult in this sentence. Cult.
a cult priestess.
Yeah. I dig that. I like that you said that, Chance. The samsara of the simulation. That's really
Samsara, simulation theory,
cool. Yep.
Gnostic prison
Are
planet,
we not
Alex
here to
Jones.
grow our souls from lead to gold? And do we not need some?
Yeah, but it's
pushing and some
free
loving?
will. We free will came here to do that. It's not a prison planet. That's the point.
Uh,
Free will is the nature of existence, and so it's impossible for existence to be anything other than 100% consensual.
Right. So I would point a
Oh,
finger.
there's subtleties in that, but okay.
Yeah.
Yes, there are, but that's the subtleties are at the soul level. Like you agree to come in and have an experience where your free will is violated, so you understand why you don't use your free will to violate other people's free will. It's a big sandbox, yeah, but that doesn't make it a fallen world or fake, or that's like the separating of spirit and matter is the issue here. This is spirit. We're in the only existence that exists right now. There isn't like there's other levels that we can tune into internally, but everything's also here at once. Everything is everything.
Chance, you said some keywords from culture here. Don't forget the movie Free Will E.
Or Free Guy just came out.
Michael Jackson.
Gnostic theme.
Nice.
Michael Jackson sings the song Will You Be There? And that music video is featured on the VHS version of Free Willy. So before you see the movie, you get to hear the Michael Jackson song.
And it's about an orca.
And it's about an orchestra.
Man.
Gosh, this is a good one tonight.
Yeah, it is. So I want to point back on the Gnosticism. I want to point a finger at the Black Pope, and the shadow casters, if you will. And I think that that is a big part of the hook and the flail duality of the trap that Gnostics fall into. And this chart that I've seen before, it's like got 5 or 6 rings of religion, and then there's a center ring that grabs a section of all of those rings, and the center ring is Gnosticism, and those inner Gnostic reflections are all have that, like what Chance was saying, that samsara of the simulation is integral to their worldview. And
they externalize their beliefs by creating things like AI demiurges, or attempting to, and by attempting to basically control everything in an artificial reality of fictional ideas, nouns mostly, the idea of person, place, thing,
and Project
get
Cheney's
everyone
in the house.
Externalize what should be the internal hero's journey, the internal conversation with archetypes, externalize everything sacred to make it profane.
Yeah. So
when you said Shadowcaster, I was
agents
looking
of Mooncat. It's their job as the agents of Mooncat to do these things.
There you go, man. Yeah.
That's the left-handed path. It's like, okay, we got to do all the bad stuff and fuck everything up, so everybody has a lot harder time figuring out what they need to figure out.
Yeah.
Supposed to see it as a blessing, but good luck
Gabriel,
with that step.
I was looking up when you said the word Shadowcaster. I had just a moment earlier Googled for a Quillbore Shadowcaster from World of Warcraft because it has this Echidna thing going on, and it's a Quillbore, so that gets us back to the pig. So it's like an Echidna, but with the Bacchanalia pig ham thing going on.
Wow. Okay.
And here's another World of Warcraft enemy that's classified Shadowcaster. Apparently.
Oh yeah, that's
and look, it's this snake lady.
Okay. Look. Okay. I got it. So this looks like an echinoderm.
Yeah.
There's a whole class of starfish and sea urchins and things like that. That's that whole family of spiny animals that are between animal and plant kind of thing. They're like the first animal kind of, and they're all spiky. So they're named after Echidna, the goddess, that has the spikes. And it looks just like that damn thing right there that you were just showing.
Yes. So here we have Echidna. Look at she's got ninjas with bows and arrows coming off her back, poking out of her back. Here we have, this is the Toxo, the bow.
The Starbucks lady.
The Starbucks lady. You got it. And I just want to point out China. China.
Or DNA.
DNA. Yep. And China, on their flag, they have, like Gordy is saying, a star, a 5-pointed star. The starfish is on there's 5 of them. There's 5-pointed stars on China's flag. And here, I'm going to get real weird with you. Here's a bow. Check out this bow. The HOR, House of Representatives, House of Reptilians. And then give me another minute. I'll bring forward the name of Vatican. It is named after a dark goddess, and her name is Vatica. And she is a she viper.
From what culture?
Ancient Rome. No, Etruscans. From the Etruscans. This is when Rome was depending on the diviners of the serpents, the readers of the auguries.
Yeah, the divinatory chicks.
Right, but well, she was a protector of the dead. This one, so she had there you can divine auguries and like read the birds and read the animals and that. But this was like underground on the down low, and this is where they started to charge people for their grave space. This is the beginning of insurance. This is where the whole idea of paying for things you're afraid of before they even happen became an industry. This is the source of insurance, which runs the world right now. They make more money with insurance than they make with oil.
I'd like everybody to say hi to Project Cheney in the chat.
Hi, everyone in the chat.
Ask her if she's coming in.
Yeah, come on in, Cheney.
You have a link, Cheney.
All right. So you just brought up the snake diviners, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's a couple of points from
watching Techno Viking. I love it. Sorry.
Oh, yes.
I love Techno Viking.
Let's dance to the beat of our own drums on the show tonight.
Yes.
Let's set our own pace. Let's be stoic. Everyone will dance to our rhythm.
This looks like England or something. Where are we?
It's Snake Jones.
Germany.
It's
Germany.
In Germany. This is famous footage. Allegedly, the man who's getting ready to put on this performance had just used a large amount of amphetamine and made great love to his lover. So he's very excited to film this footage that you're getting ready to see.
That's one hell of a Viking.
He's got Majonia around his neck.
It's Snake Jones, y'all.
He's hopped up on meth there.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it says. It says that he did a bunch of meth and just had great sex with his lover, and then he's getting ready to make this. And if you rewind it, you could see him hassling that kid who was like being disrespectful.
Yeah.
The first time I ever saw this.
Balderson looks like naked.
Is he a raving one? Is he a
That's what I imagine too.
Is he a Maynad? Is he a Maniac? Maynad? Maniac?
I love that guy puts the water right in his field of vision to get him to take it.
Self-care is important, even if you're a Techno Viking.
Probably just on Molly.
Understands the state of mind that he's in so well that he knows how to communicate with him. But you go,
dude's
get
on,
it, bro. Get
it's
it.
on ecstasy. It ain't mad. That's ecstasy.
Well, ecstasy oftentimes is cut with high grade methamphetamine.
He becomes the leader of his own parade.
We should all strive to do this without the recreational drugs.
Just start parades done.
You can imagine the
that's happening.
Throbbing techno beat playing from some boom box, and they're all dancing to it.
There's some thumping and some thromping going on there, but I think it's more in his pants.
Yeah, he's got the interesting Masonic pants going on there or whatever. And he's got a leg holster. I mean, maybe it's not a holster, maybe it's just a bag, but that strapping to the leg.
Well, they can't get any more tight. I mean, he's definitely going for the sexy, for real.
The Mick Jagger cover of the album look? Sticky Fingers, was that the one it was?
Yeah, that's a classic video.
That's hilarious.
I want to bring something forward that I sent to Gabriel earlier today.
Yeah.
Zechariah in the Old Testament, chapter 10, verse 8. And the supreme God says, that's the lion serpent God, I will hiss for them.
Oh, yeah.
I will hiss for them and gather them, for I have redeemed them, and they shall increase as they have increased. Okay, so then there's a passage in.
Never heard that. It says I'll hiss for them. I never heard that. Interesting.
Yeah, so there's another part where I dug this out from Dylan's book, July's End. So I'm going to read a short paragraph, quite short, that is just quoting from his book. The fly of Egypt is the cockchafer, the doodlebug, maybug, cockchafer.
Cockchafer.
It's called the Hercules scarabaeus in Latin, which means it's the sun. Hercules is the sun, or Jesus Christ, and it's the symbolic of the Lord of the flies, the fly of Egypt. Baal Zebub, from Egypt to Assyria. That symbolism is going, and let me see. He wanted to quote this point about ophiolatry and the supreme God, and the bee symbolism. In some of the Neff pictures I was looking up, there was a beehive put into the scene too. But Isaiah chapter 7, verse 18, and it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall hiss for the fly that is in the uttermost part of the rivers of Egypt, and for the bee that is in the land of Assyria. So I know with the Assyria, that's symbolizing like Sumer, that's late summer in the sky clock. Anyway, the hissing supreme God is pretty interesting.
So that made me think of Hysteria,
Hysteria,
hysterectomy, and
Histrionic.
Histrionic, yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Even look at the word his. H-I-S.
History, yeah.
Ophiolatry.
Hey, you guys, I got a motor because I'm starving, so I have to eat something. I was hoping Cheney would do a tag team with me and come on in, get some more female energy up in here. So I hope you come on, girlfriend. I'll be watching from over my hamburger, you guys. Thank you for having me.
Good to see you. We'll see you Monday.
Thanks for hanging.
I hope so, SB. I'll see you Monday.
Thanks for popping in.
Bye. Thanks, Jim. Always pleasure.
Much love.
Anytime.
So I found a couple pictures of Vatica. And this
Are you able to share them with us?
Yep. Can you guys
Thank
see
you.
me?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is Vatica. And one of many. There are many pictures of Vatica.
She looks like she's got the frame of a dude.
There are snakes wrapped around this androgynous angel figure, almost like a serpent bearer,
You
almost
got it.
like an Ophiuchus.
Yep. Very Baphometic. And I would even maybe, can you guys see my mouse?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if this is probably a cup. And we have the serpent over the
It
cup.
looks like a cornucopia.
Uh-huh.
It's that shape of a horn. It's a horn-shaped vessel.
Yep. So one thing about the Etruscans, they were readers of the auguries. They would collect blood, much like, they say read the tea leaves.
Uh-huh.
But they would do it with animal entrails was there. And this is where I've heard it differentiated that sorcery involves the use of bodily fluids. And so to be technical, to read the auguries, to read the body parts of animals is sorcery. but it is differentiated from just looking up and seeing the migration patterns of the birds and divining the future. That's not sorcery because you're not killing anything or taking the life from anything. Oh, hold on. I got one more.
Hey,
yeah, go ahead.
That specific kind of angel keeps popping up.
There's the horns again.
All over the place. And I had just found this documentary on the kingdom of, I don't even know how to say it, Urartu. Do you know this ancient kingdom that was from the 6th century BC?
Urartu.
It's spelled Urartu.
Is this Vatican again?
Yes,
Gabriel?
And it's the kingdom of Van.
Interesting. Kingdom of Van. I'm looking that up.
So
centered around Lake Van in the historic Armenian highlands. The kingdom rose to power, which means Russia, the Armenian highlands. Gradual decline and was eventually conquered by the Iranian Medes in the early 6th century BC. Since this rediscovery of the 19th century, Urartu, which is commonly believed to have been at least Armenian speaking, has played a significant role in Armenian nationalism. I know nothing about this place, but remember that rabbit hole I went down about the pantherines? And I was having these visions of pantherines.
That is so interesting.
That were, can you take this off her?
Mm-hmm.
We got to bring it back after this, though.
Yeah, yes, we do, because it ties to this exactly. They had their god his name is called Haldi, Haldi, and it's this winged god that stands upon a pantherine.
Wow, that's very Gilgameshian.
Right.
Very Gilgamesh-like.
So this whole culture that was wiped out in the 6th century is part of this deep Armenian history.
Yeah.
They've had this nationalism kind of welling up. I'm wondering if there's some sort of like civil unrest that might pop out of there because of some sort of Armenian nationalism, like people going back to the old ways, kind of like how like so many people of Nordic descent are going back to their Odin ways.
Yeah.
Like Snake and Baldy and
he's standing on a lion, but I mean, we may not have established it thoroughly enough, but Gabriel and I very thoroughly established that the lion and the serpent is interchangeable symbolism by this cult. Right. So that's Michael, the sun, the god of war for this culture, standing on the head, crushing or healing the serpent, which is a lion.
Nice. And Chance, do you remember Carberry? Yeah. And he said even in Native American culture, Gordy, that the Ur has worshipped the cat. They venerate the cat.
They're the Gauls. They're the Cathars. They're the Romans.
Urartian.
Ur. Yep.
Romans, Russians, Redskins.
Yeah. He was even saying the Iroquois, I think, were part of this cat venerating pattern.
Yeah, it's the same root where you get the Irish.
Yeah.
They were the Airy or the Erie.
Ishpuni, the Urartian pantheon was the head of a triad made of. So they had a trinity.
Yep. They all have trinities.
Thespis, And the
Shivini.
god of Shivini,
That's Shiva.
solar god. That's Shiva. Their king was also the chief priest of Hanvoi of Haldi. Some temples to Haldi were part of a royal palace complex, while others were independent structures. With the expansion of Urartian territory, many of the gods worshipped by conquered peoples were incorporated into the Urartian pantheon as means of. I don't know how much I need to go on with this. This is fascinating, dude.
This is Shivini, who is holding up the symbol of the solar disk, which is the basket. And one of his other names was Ardini, or Ardenus, I think. Let me see here. Yeah, Ardenus. Sounds like Adonis, which is
Sounds
the
like
sun
Artemis
god.
too.
And Artemis.
Yes.
It's our
Yeah.
dentist. You guys remember? He does a really good job on my teeth.
But this just like it's convincing enough to go through the mythologies we're all aware of, but when you just start looking at more
This one's new. I love these new.
secluded areas, you
mythologies
still
that
find the
were not-
exact same symbolism.
Yeah,
it's everywhere.
They're all the same thing. It's
yeah, well, it's the
amazing.
same. It's all over the world, as we already know from the ziggurats and everything else, and the step pyramids, and then
So
all
we
of the
just have
art
to
is
acknowledge
the
it.
same. Yeah.
Acknowledge
Well,
that.
groups like
that's what's
ours are
actually
doing that,
happening.
and we're turning people on to the idea. Like when we went to the British Museum, I pointed it out to my girl, like that. We go from the Egypt part to the Mesopotamian part, or no, it wasn't Mesopotamian. What's one kingdom before Egypt? Babylon, technically, I can't think of the name of it, but the art is so similar. It was just similar to what was there. I said it's all just one thing. It's not. They're giving you these arbitrary dates and these histories that they compiled out of their ass. If you look at the work of Joseph Scaliger, it's totally out of his ass.
Yeah.
Like there didn't used to be a linear, quote unquote, history. There wasn't a chronology of history. That's a new thing.
The Helvetica statue on top of the Bernbundenhaus in Switzerland. I want a Wiener Schnitzel or a pretzel, or some spicy mustard. Dijon, please. I'm really hungry, guys.
Grey Poupon.
Grey Poupon.
Do you have any Grey Poupon? Remember those commercials where the rich people would pull up next to each other and
But of course.
Pardon me.
Rolls Royces and knock on the window?
So what makes all this cult and all its variations and iterations Satanism technically is because it's all idolatry. That they're creating character, like at least from the purist monotheistic standpoint. And yeah, you don't have to go far to find Saturn or Satan as like the counterpart that's equally powerful to, or the twin brother of the sun god, or literally the sun god when he goes through an underworld cycle or whatever. So they all keep coming back to Satan or Satan because that's a completion coming back to one. And a little while back, I even found, just the same way that you were scrolling through and found the Armenian gods, or however you came across that, the Hungarian name for the chief god is Isten, spelled Isten, is 10.
Is 10.
Is 10. That's
Yeah.
the chief god, the demiurge of the Hungarian pantheon.
Right. So I
think I saw that name in here.
Yeah. I would point out that one, monotheism is the first.
Read this.
And Satan is the opposition, the opposer, he's also a renowned imitator. He's the wannabe. And
Right,
so the next in the pantheon of numbers, the next imitator of 1 is 10.
Yeah.
And 10 is 1-0 or Io. It's the pole and the whole. It's the masculine and the feminine. It's the two-headed god.
10's the Antichrist.
Is the anti-1.
I've been framed.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, we need to be paying attention to Turkey, the politics in Turkey.
Oh shit! Yeah,
here pretty soon because
is that
Armenian Armenian Turkish border thing. I'm just saying things out loud just to get them on the record.
Yeah, let's put that on there.
I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah, that puts waves in the ether for us, and they'll bounce
Pay
back
attention.
to us.
Yes.
It's like I got distracted because Chance kept saying Neff, and so I remembered I made this piece of art with the word Neff, and the Neff letters that I actually chose were actually not it wasn't a word, it's a equation. And so it landed me back on ring resonators. So I dropped a bunch of stuff in the chat about it, and it's really just I'm just sinking blind here. Like I could feel it, I don't know what's up, but I mean, ring resonators and the word Neff is the Neff as the Chance is framed now too. I would I would sit through this movie for so long, like it could be 8 hours later, and I'd just be like, something's gonna happen.
He looks like Snake Plissken, like he's in Escape from New Orleans, the number 3.
They never made Escape from New Orleans, did they?
No, I'm just.
That's great. Oh my god, it's like I just made me imagine him like having to fight Marie DeVoe.
I know,
like he gets banished to the fairy kingdom and he accidentally eats something, so then he has to get back out before he can fight her in real life.
Right.
And she's got the knockout drops potion. Yeah.
Oh, where's that? See, Hollywood
Escape from New Orleans. Oh my god.
Oh, that'd be great. Oh, see, that they tie in Katrina and have him.
You could have that be Marie Laveau's last stand against him. That she brings Katrina to try and stop him.
Right. See, we're writing better than Hollywood. Right.
So Lucas in the chat said that Leo is next to Hydra. So that's another good correlation to the serpent. Serpent plus lion. Leo is next to Hydra. Thanks for that. That's true. Thank you, LC King. And if anyone didn't see my vibrant with LC King and Benjamin
really
Balderson, but it was really
good.
It was really
off
good.
his fucking chain.
It was good.
So guys, we were talking about Satan, and then you guys went to New Orleans, and guess what New Orleans is in the territories?
The devil card?
It's the devil card.
Yeah.
It's Capricorn.
Huh. Why does
That's why they have the fleur de lis.
Mm-hmm.
That's the triple crown.
Yep.
It's
I didn't know
symbolic of
that.
this triple crown. Yeah, it is.
It doesn't surprise me. I didn't know that though.
It's the flower of lies, and that's a linchpin blackmail icon. If you can look.
That's very loud. Somebody. Oh, okay.
Oh, he's showing the uniform. We're gonna escape from New Orleans here. The snake on his chest. He's missing an eye, so he's representing Odin, definitely with that patch on his eye.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
There's his 2 crows. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating here.
No, that's good. That's good. Is he gonna get hung upside down at some point?
That a cigarette?
Swinging from a rope.
Is it supposed to be Snake from Metal Gear Solid?
Oh, Metal Gear probably copied this.
Yeah.
This is Escape from New York City is a great movie if you've never seen it. They remade it as Escape from LA, but I never watched that one.
I saw that one too. It sucks. Escape from New York was fun though.
Escape from New York is worth checking out when you need that mind numbing but excellent.
Oh, I bet it's
1980s.
Yeah.
We could watch that. That might seduce me into the movie night again.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I've got a huge arcing synchronicity that ties this whole thing all back together. And you generated it, Gordy, when you talked about Turkey. To keep our eyes on Turkey. So Turkey's been on my radar ever since I found out there's a high population of Sabbatean Frankists.
Interesting.
In Turkey,
really?
Living large. And that's a hotbed. That's going to be,
that Armenian church has always been fucking weird. If you've ever seen how an Armenian service goes, it's weird. It's not like any Catholic service you've ever seen.
Right.
There's something dark, always been something dark that I couldn't put, even when I was a little kid, like learning other versions of Christianity. Like I stumbled onto this Armenian Orthodoxy that's really fucking weird. And
I
there's
believe
some
it.
weird churches and they do weird stuff in there.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So anybody, a lot of people already know, but one thing about Sabbateans that just sends alarm bells ringing for me is, they are stoked to bring catastrophe forward. It's like
they're black magicians, man.
Yeah.
They're stoked for that. They're trying to bring on the apocalypse because they feel that it's their duty as God's instrument on earth to bring forth
it's
his
the
kingdom.
it's the end all be all of this left-handed path Gnosticism, right? Like, okay, so we're in a shitty
Bad out
world.
of hell.
And we're trapped in it, and so the only way to get out is to do all of the worst stuff and as often as we can for as long as we can, because that will collapse the realm and turn us all back into only pure spirit matter, and we can free ourselves of the physical, which is obviously false. All of that's false, but that's I would say Sabbatean Frankism is the final current time destination of this kind of stuff. And if you dig into them, it's just the worst shit you could possibly imagine. Like
yeah, but Gnosticism is a perfect framing for that type of debauchery because
Right.
hey, it's all fake anyway.
Right. That's why I always ask people, say it's a simulation. I say a simulation of what?
Yeah.
This song seems to be about it. Bad out of hell, Meatloaf singing about how he'd do anything for love, but I won't do that. Means you won't go to the dark side all the way? Or I don't know.
No, just the fact that he's got one reservation shows that, yeah, exactly, that there's something that can be held back, so I will hold it back, I'm willing to sacrifice to the most, but not to my soul, right? I'm not gonna...
Rest in peace, Meatloaf.
Bad out of hell gets us back to Batman.
Batman, nice.
Meatloaf just died.
Yeah,
that's
rest in
right.
peace, Meatloaf, for sure, man.
How long ago?
Just a couple days ago or yesterday
Yeah,
or
not
something.
even, I think it was just yesterday.
Interesting. Bat out of hell. Coronavirus starts with the bat. We started with the Batman tonight.
Man, I kind of felt bad for Meatloaf that last season of he was on with Donald Trump on that freaking
The Apprentice.
The Apprentice.
Oh, I didn't know that. That'd be worth watching, I guess.
Was it the Apprentice? Oh, maybe it was something else.
It just made me think. Go ahead, Wordy.
No, I'm sorry. It was The Surreal Life, and it was him and Gary Busey.
Oh, wow!
They blow up at each other, and it's a fucking riot. And I want to watch it again.
Yeah, that's funny.
I felt bad for them, because you're watching this train wreck, and neither one of them have their facilities.
Yeah.
I mean,
they're not.
These poor guys are paraded out on national television to be just, if you can't understand the victimization of the entertainment business, what that does to people, they've got such control of them that these people are willing to go out and on stage in the realm or whatever in these really, really fragile states, and they're really getting humiliated. It's pitiful.
Yeah, they're like Bacchantes or Maenads, the raving ones, Bacchae.
Yeah.
Aren't they members? They're initiates, aren't they? They're in the cult.
I'd say you're right. Yeah.
They're in the sun. They're in the spotlight.
Exactly. Yeah. They are the madness that comes from the wine, the drugged wine on display.
Oh, we even found it. Oh, how fun.
Yeah.
That ain't good, dude.
But the guy from Korn?
You sure all that is actually Gary's?
No. Gary, did you buy this paint right here?
Yeah. Why?
It's gotta be around here. There's another bag.
This is my stencils and all a bunch of the crap I bought right in here. I put a JR on this bag, so this is me. Here's another bag over here, but I think this is me as well.
Everybody's all freaked out.
I know mine is mine.
I don't see another bag over here.
Okay! What's wrong? Mother! What's wrong? I bought those mother sponges. Part of that paint is mine. I'm sick and tired of you, mother.
That was all mine in my basket.
Oh, mother.
Well, I have the receipt.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. You don't want to make you get it. You don't want to start with me.
Mate, don't do it. Don't do it.
That's the guy from.
He's gonna.
Want to with me? You look at my
He's gonna
eyes,
kill
I am
him.
the last person in the world you ever want to with. You understand me?
Gary don't seem shook to me.
You mother. You look at me.
Don't do it.
You've been
Me.
His name was Robert Paulson.
Me.
Yeah.
Come on, Gary.
He still got his bitch
Paint
tits.
Club. I'm talking about Paint Club.
Oh wow.
Don't engage.
Paint Club.
Don't engage.
Paint Club.
Get your stuff.
First rule of Paint Club is don't take the other guy's paints.
What's yours?
Oh my God. I'm serious. I have to stop Meatloaf from ripping.
Even Jeff the
Gary
Deer
Busey's
knows
head off,
that, man.
Literally. But if Gary decides he doesn't want to play within the rules, this is going to get worse.
Deer.
I don't know what
I
happened.
was wondering when that was going to come back.
I don't know.
Sorry, me. Come on.
Anybody have that on your
I can't
bingo
lose
square?
it.
That'd
I
be a
can't lose it.
good
I'm not
one.
going to lose you.
Little
You're going, I'm
rando.
going. So let's just rethink what we can do here.
Just stay out here, because I don't want him coming at you or you coming at him.
Be tough.
Just don't do it. We can't have that. The whole thing goes to hell if that happens.
Sponges are yours.
The yellow paint
What
is
in
mine.
the world
That blue
is
spray
this?
paint was mine.
I love that Gary Busey's sporting like the hip hop style hat with the sticker still on it and the flat
Right.
brim.
That's great.
Unravel it and figure out where it's at, but don't go back in there yet.
Say la vie.
I'll come get you. I'll come get you.
C'est la
Buy all
vie.
this. Those big brushes.
This is stuff you picked out.
Yeah, I know when I.
Well, why don't you take what you think is yours?
I bought sponges.
Of course, he's gonna stroll right back in as soon as he agrees not to, coming right back in.
Just don't.
Because these guys are stuck in toxic cycles.
Me. Look, is this your bag? I might have just found your bag.
Let's just saddle.
It was under a corner.
You pushed me too far.
Does this look
Mark
like
McGrath. That's that other douchebag's name.
Sugar
Is that
Gay.
Mark McGrath?
Sugar Ray, yeah.
It was under a corner.
Take your spray
Under the
paint.
corner.
Thank you very much.
Shut the up.
No, I can't.
Do you?
Oh, it's I just wanna fly. Mile, high in the sky.
Right now,
Yeah.
we're in here trying to win for my charities. A bunch of very sick kids in Memphis.
Hi.
This kind of language, energy, and stuff going on in here is embarrassing to me.
I agree. I'm sorry. I
Can we
apologize
please
to you.
stop?
All around the world, statues
Right,
crumble
you
for
know,
me.
Got it out of your system.
I take the side of meatloaf.
Okay. I'm not okay
If
right
we're
now.
placing bets, my money's on meat.
Well, let's just don't do it at all.
Looking for comfort.
I wouldn't even approach that man right now.
Someone has
You know, use
arrived.
this energy for the art. Let's go.
What's going on, man? What's up with the uh-oh?
I think it's just another chance.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, I
Nice.
love it.
That's a nice.
Yes.
Hold on. Keep that there for 1 second, please. I'm gonna get a capture of it. Now I want this to go to Chance. Chance, I'm gonna drop this in the chat. If you want to run this through your fancy machine, I'd love to see what happens.
It's meatloaf out of the oven. It's done.
Yeah, we're gonna miss you, Meatloaf. If you provided us a mini. Oh, you know what? The very first copyright strike that we ever got on my YouTube channel from RX Only Picture Show was because we. And I think this was before Tracy was ever around. It was me and Jim, and we played Paradise by the Dashboard Live.
I think Tracy was.
Oh, no kidding.
No, it was before that. I'm pretty sure because it was Paradise by the Dashboard Light.
I'd never heard of
They
it.
didn't just hit us with the copyright, like, hey, we can't monetize this. We recognize that you have played our stuff. They knocked our show down.
Right.
They cut that part out.
Yeah.
Sony Music, I think.
That's why we
Yes.
talk over the clips. So it's a new creation. We've edited it, we've built upon it, and we use it for educational purposes.
That's right. Their language is transformative. And if you're tuned in here, you're involved in a transformative experience throughout. So be prepared. If you're not ready to have your life transformed too, then now's a great time to click the OK Bye button.
Okay, bye button.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
I think that I would like to bring forward a green room Chad that never made it onto the show yet.
Right. I was thinking the same thing.
Are you thinking about the mist and the strange lights that Jim saw?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Good.
Actually,
Oh,
Maybe
good.
Jim, you've been quiet, my friend. We'd like to hear a story.
Yes.
I can start this one out. So today I was on the road for all day. I drove to Portland and back, and it was a beautiful day. I mean, when I was in Portland, the skies were blue. There's barely any clouds. There's just a few like wispy clouds. And I was thinking, this is a really beautiful day as I was driving, looking up. And as I was going down through the Columbia Gorge, I got to this area where there was like this low bunch of clouds that were rolling in, but they just looked weird. They felt weird. And they were really dark, and they were emanating sort of an amber almost light. Like it looked like an electricity light was coming out of them. And I went into them, and it totally blocked out all of the blue sky, and it changed the tone, it changed the energy. Everything was, it was odd. It was just a really sort of unsettling feeling. As I went deeper into it, it was like a heavy fog, but it was a dry fog. Like usually a fog is, you get condensation on your windows, but this was like a dry fog. There wasn't any moisture at all. It was really weird. And it was this energy. It was like an unsettling electric glow that was coming from it. I thought at first it was like the sunset reflecting off the clouds, but there wasn't a sunset yet. And it was coming from like inside the clouds. It was bizarre. I was describing this to Chance, and he showed me some pictures from False Reality Check of some lights they saw in the sky. Was that today that they saw them?
they just posted that this morning.
When I showed it to Jim, he said it was the same color orange.
Really?
Exactly the same color orange.
You hear that? False
No,
Reality
God.
Check, you guys. I know you listen.
It's in your Telegram DM there,
you're
Jim, if you
listening.
want to put it on the screen. I would, but I'm on the phone away from keyboard.
Let's see here.
We need to get you guys on a conversation, both describing and documenting this experience so close together in time, as we call it, time.
Yes. And when was that, Jim, again?
That was
Must have been
today. It was
today.
like 4:30.
They posted that today. Can we pull that?
I think it was in the
picture?
morning that they posted it, but maybe not. Maybe it was in the
You
afternoon.
deliver the coyote, bro?
It was
I did, yes.
Okay. Here.
Yeah, I'm on top of the world. On top of the world.
Oh,
Yeah, if you watch Flow State, then you've been watching Jim work his ass off to put together a beautiful bronze coyote.
Will you show us?
And,
do
he
you
was
have
able to
pictures?
complete the project and deliver it. So they're going to patina over there or what?
Yeah, they're gonna patina it.
Oh, I see.
Not sure how they're gonna do it, but
Can you
Yeah.
correlate the crafty coyote with the crafty fox?
I was in my head. Absolutely.
Because we did cover off some fox connections.
You can't really not put a fox and a coyote together, can you? I mean, I'm sure they would disagree if they could speak. They'd be like, I hate those guys. Try to kill them every time I see them, or, But as far as the outside, they all speak of Cocopelli to me,
Nice. Yeah, I thought that Jim was working on a fox until he specified.
They're similar. They both have pretty big ears. Not like a wolf looks very different, doesn't have those type of ears.
Mm-hmm.
What's the Latin name for coyote?
What is it? It's lapis. God, I have so many Iratu.
Ooh.
You see my screen?
Wow.
Yeah, we're getting
Yeah,
sound.
we're getting
sound
Echo,
because of the.
echo.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
We're echoing though because sound is on the screen share.
Oh.
I love that Gordon goes with it.
It should be a little to toggle that. Or we'll just shut up while you show it.
Please observe the green lights.
Observe the green lights. Yeah, isn't that crazy?
So there's a green one and an orange one.
So you stopped and grabbed those pictures, Jim?
No, those are from
Say that again?
legs. Those pictures
Oh,
are
okay,
from legs.
those are from over here by me.
Let me do that again. Microphone off. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, the orange one, that was on. These were on opposite sides of their sky. The orange and the green. And
So
this
I think-
orange is the color that was coming out of those clouds. It looked
You're,
like
you're not screen sharing again yet.
Oh, I'm not.
Yeah. It's somewhat confusing because when you click the button, then it pops you up a selection of screens to share from on your computer.
So I sent. I've got family up there in kind of that area. Not
We're still getting echo. Does everyone be quiet but Jim?
Yeah, I can't. I'm gonna have to send those pictures to somebody else. Let
me see if I can
turn my microphone off.
Anyway, she said it was west and southwest of them, and I know they're in that kind of border area of Utah and Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got family in Bozeman, and I sent it to them to see if they'd seen anything like that, because it seems like you could see it for miles, right? I mean, obviously
that's strange. It's so much different than anything I've ever seen. I've never seen anything like that. Like a fucking lightsaber in the sky coming out of the
I've
earth.
seen, when I was a kid, you would see in Montana, okay, you would see the Northern Lights as kind of like a green haze kind of, and sometimes a little spike over the horizon. You couldn't.
Yeah, we get that in
really
Walla Walla
see
every
them.
once in a while.
Yeah, but this is never. I sent that to my dad. It's up there. He's like, I've never seen anything like that before.
Yeah, I'd love to get you guys, even if it's just on a private call where we record it, Jim. It'd be good to get you guys on conversation and talk about it. To bounce direct memories about similar events happening so close together.
Yeah. I wish I took a picture of it. I was like so dumbfounded when I saw it. I was like, whoa, oh my gosh, whoa.
That road back from Portland is not exactly conducive to shooting photography if you want to live.
Jim,
right next to the river the whole time, so it's just like you could pull off and park somewhere, I guess, but even
really
then, very
curvy,
few
too.
places. Yeah, it's
Jim, a few weeks ago I saw a flash of light right where right behind where the owls were when I was walking in the desert. It was
What
like a
color was
flat. It was a white. It was white, but it didn't have a green or orange. No, it was white, but it was a flash. So what was white on the R? Yeah, let's go back to the noble gases.
When you run electric current through the noble gases, it creates a plasma, which lights up, and all these colors depending on which gas it is. It's like
the sun brings the charge, but the light actually comes from the sky itself. And I could try to find it in my I have a Flat Earth YouTube playlist that has a lot of videos in it, but a lot of them have been deleted because of censorship and stuff. But it covers this extensively.
I think a lot of daylight is this phenomena.
Right, that's exactly. The sun activates the sky, but the light actually is generated by the gases in the atmosphere. That was the theory. I'll see if I can find it and drop that in the Weaving Spiders chat too.
That's really interesting.
Those are the colors of the sky for sure, like no doubt,
So
right? Like
if that's the case. Huh.
Wouldn't that be wild if every day was actually a noble gas cycle?
yeah. I think it is.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Huh. I love
It ties
a new
into Walter
cosmology,
Russell's
like
work and all that stuff, you know.
something really weird that all our colors are because of light affecting gases, or that it's not anything that we understand. Isn't that interesting? Look at that. Like all those beams of light, all those pink beams
Yeah.
that we were seeing earlier when we were talking about the 5G bullshit.
Yeah. This reminds me of Asgard. And it also reminds me of the very end of They Live, when the laser beam gets shut down and cancels the signal.
Yeah.
And everybody
Makes me think of Smokeless Fire.
Okay.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh.
The Shekinah glory.
Shakana.
Get Ginny with it.
Well, when I think of it, I think of like Antiquitech and how many theories there are about alternate ways to use electricity and to illuminate spaces without, like the fact that inside the Great Pyramid, there's no torch scorch on the ceilings.
Right.
Well, and it's a famous thing too that Crowley supposedly went to the Great Pyramids for his honeymoon and used an incantation to light the interior of the pyramid.
Yes. I've always thought of Michael Wan's anthracite coal that burns with no smoke. I've always thought of that as a possible illumination component to the pyramids.
I guess I haven't followed enough of Wan's work to know about the smokeless burning of coal. That's interesting.
Yeah. So at
We
one
did
end,
talk about that. Yeah.
yeah, at one end of the Susquehanna is Herkimer diamonds, and at the other end is anthracite coal that burns with no smoke, and they're both extremely rare and heavily veiled in those two locations. And that was part of my run through with Michael Wan, trying to convince him that the Baphomet is encoded in the Susquehanna River.
Yeah.
Because
check Gabriel.
Yeah.
Anthropos, man, sight. Lets men see.
Oh,
it's a fuel for burning, for light.
Yes. And I've also always pondered the decoder glasses, both of Benjamin Franklin and Joseph Smith. That there is something about special quartz or like Bono's rose-colored glasses, or
well, there's an article by Crowley about that too, about talking. He calls a glasses guy up to his house. It's in some old magazine they used to publish called Equinox or something. I could find the article because it would be in my search history. But like Crowley sees a man vending glasses out of a box down on the street and calls him up to his apartment to try to shop through them because he's looking for colored glasses. And then when he finds that the man has no quote unquote magic glasses, he dismisses him and then like throws something down out of the window on top of his cart so it destroys his stock. Like he's grumpy about it because he was trying to buy some magic glasses, so he trashes the guy's business setup or whatever. But
in magicians stuff, in illusionists, that is a thing. Those colored glasses that you would mark a card with a special ink. That you have special lenses that reads that UV, but nobody else does. So you can actually mark a card because you have an oil or an ink or something on your finger. It's an invisible ink to everybody else on the and when you're playing cards, but you can see it. This is one of those pro poker trick too.
Yeah.
That they watch for people's glasses when they're coming in.
It's like 3D glasses.
Yeah,
It'll filter out the light, the color of whatever.
That specific, that specific UV.
That is highly slick.
Really interesting.
I found the Noble Gases Flat Earth video. It's only about 5 minutes long. I'm dropping it in the Leaving Spiders chat now.
Nice.
And my whole Flat Earth playlist has a lot of stuff. If people are looking for interesting, I've been building that playlist for a long time. So there's, if you're just looking for random Flat Earth stuff that's not complete YouTube junk,
hey,
curated there is worth looking at. So,
who are we talking to about the
Captain.
Rock Man?
The Thing.
Oh yeah, I was getting into
Chance?
Czar, the Rock, Peter,
The
Petra,
Rock Man, yeah.
Nice.
God, the Rock,
Hulk over there.
Jesus, the Rock Star, your favorite Christian rock band.
So,
who's your
Alan was
favorite
talking
Christian rock
about-
band, Chance?
Well, I've made up a fictional Christian rock band after Alan brought up the idea of tribute. I thought a tribute band, a tribute band for Jesus. You could call it Seraphap.
Nice. Seraphap.
Oh my God.
Calling all angels. Calling all angels.
And their first album can be Ophiolatry, Idolatry.
Yeah.
Oh my
There you
God.
go. There you fit it
I
in.
think
There it is.
idolatry, ophiolatry is better.
I like this. I like this. I like the idea of self-gratifying angels as a title track.
Yeah, the real reason they fell.
A title jack.
They were just
That's what
following
it felt.
Sophia's
That's right.
bad example of masturbating, and then they caused this entire dense reality, and now we have to jack off and kill ourselves and cut off baby heads, and then we can finally get back to just being perfect angels, guys.
Can we
It's
spell
not that hard.
It's so easy. It's so easy. Just fucking
Seraphap.
stop jacking off.
I don't have a segue, but I wanted to share this while I still have it up. I don't know what it is. Let's just look at this thing here.
Let's spell Sarah.
Oh my
Those things,
goodness.
more
Louis Anderson didn't drag.
and a different take on clowning.
Not even with Ringling Brothers Rodeo. Went to Europe to go to school to be a clown.
In France. In
Europe. It's in Europe.
No, I know, but some people don't know.
The fuck?
Oh. Whew. That hit the spot. Anyway.
So that was awesome. We talk about Sabak a lot. This is a segue of sorts. Maybe it won't segue anywhere, but one thing that I'm critical of in his work is that he doesn't take the metaphysical into account enough, in my opinion, in terms of symbolical or allegorical for metaphysical ideas. He is very into the idea that it's all depicting physical beings, which I'm not disputing necessarily. I'm a yes and guy, but there's the obvious connection, in my opinion, between seraphim and Serapis or Serapis, which is it's an Egyptian proto Jesus Christ character. I believe even his priests were called the bishops of Christ or something.
I remember that.
I have more to say about that while I'm sharing this on the screen. I want to connect Louis Anderson and obesity and pigging out and Orcus and orcs. He's got this sort of pig face. There were many large men who became jokes. Oops, suspended. What? Did you see that on YouTube? Our stream is unavailable for policy violations.
Oh no!
They brought us down.
Just now? Oh, for
Yeah.
the Louis Anderson thing?
Because we
Oh,
showed
we did.
Louis Anderson. Oops. Stream ended.
Well, shit. We
Good
could jump
show.
over to the other channel. Back up if you want.
I got to bail. It's 1:30 here. That
it's
sucks.
1:30.
I'm closing into my limit anyway, I guess. I don't know if I was going to even go there. I was like just too into it. Who knows how long I would have stayed on.
Was it because the Louis Anderson thing?
It's hard to say. Hopefully, Jim's email.
Probably the
will tell
movie
him.
we just showed.
Could have been the baskets clip.
Because we
Or
didn't
just
talk
the fact
over
that
the
it
clip
was
enough.
Louis
We
Anderson.
didn't alter it enough. Those YouTube devils. Maybe it's because we're closing in on their sun god symbolism too much.
I love that you bring it back to that, Chance, because I love
I
how
made a fat
often
joke.
people do that on the internet. Like, any kind of interference is like, oh, they're preventing our stuff. It's it's our private FBI agent pushing the button that adds distortion to my microphone. You
wouldn't believe how many people say stuff like that to me if I'm interviewing them. And
no, that's what I mean.
And
It's
they
so
start
funny
to
that you
kind of
did
cut
that
out.
because I love that someone's doing it tongue in cheek instead of being serious, because it works. They drive us all crazy with this false paranoia of how much we're watched. We're in this digital panopticon.
We're back.
Oh,
We're back.
Sweet.
Is it the same?
Do you want to end the Zoom
URL?
recording and then start it again?
Nice work, Jim.
Yeah.
Let's end the
That's
Zoom and
fast.
start it again.
If you want, I mean, we're still okay here.
I'm gonna bounce anyway, you guys. Get too
I
late
think
over
we're
here.
still
but-
live. Yeah.
Are we on the same video URL?
Let's find out.
Yeah, guys.
Yeah, we're back on stream. We're back live.
Oh, we're on.
We're here just long enough for me to say I gotta go.
False alarm.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
gonna bail
So
too.
good night, Sean. Good night, Gordy. We'll
night,
probably
kids.
we got more to say on the
Have
stream.
fun. Thank you.
Right. So for those watching on the stream, maybe in chat, you could tell us what were the last words. I know we're live now. What were the last words? Did you hear me describe Louis Anderson? Did you hear me describe Louis in a obese way?
Let's see.
We're looking to see if we got any emails or any messages from Alphabet, Google, Gulag, YouTube. Yeah, we know we're live.
There we go.
I was just going back to see what cut us off. I think it was
Yeah, it could have been the baskets clip that I played. It was a 30-second clip.
I would imagine that might have been
Because I
it.
think that's from FX. I think that's a more modern show, so they don't want a copyright violation stream. Okay.
They're still in syndication.
Testing the boundaries to see what we can get away with. Hello,
Maybe they'll put an
Sean.
ad on us.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be cool? Little Louis
That'd be
Anderson ad.
awesome. Yeah, man.
Hey.
What I was saying was connecting Louis Anderson, John Candy. What's the guy on SNL who lived in a van down by the river?
Oh,
The large comedian. He was in Black Sheep.
oh.
So we have these ideas of large men, and Louis Anderson specifically resembles an orc, like a, is that the pig nose? A
Big
little bit?
time.
Kind of the
Pig-
Canadian bacon.
Pig time.
Yeah, the other clip I wanted to play was Louis Anderson from Minnesota crossing the border into Canada, and then Canadian bacon jokes I was about to unleash on the masses, but I
You have
to
some
pause.
jokes in the bag.
It was, yeah, so Chris Farley,
That's it.
even the fat bastard character played by Mike Myers, the idea that there's large men who eat a lot of food, who are pig-like. And of course, Louis Anderson recently left us.
Also, we
And-
just had, I believe it was like artificially grown or cloned pig heart transplanted
Yes.
into a man. Was that where you were going? I didn't mean to jump ahead.
It's holographic culture. It is the of reality. It's Pierre Sabak. And you were saying something about something you had noticed when reading the works of Pierre Sabak. Could
Well,
you
yeah.
bring us back to that point again so I could address it?
It's not metaphysical enough.
The main criticism I have of Pierre's work, and this is criticism from a place of honor,
Yes.
because his work is substantial. The amount of effort that went into what he's done and the value of it is beyond compare. But
this is our wrestling with it to come to terms to the information and the definitions of the terms that he reveals to us.
And I'll even retract critical, because the work is so comprehensive. It's not like he shorted us on a book. But if there was a future direction to take it, or a way that I would expand on it, if I was to ever take a swing, it would be to also look at the possibility that it's all symbolic and not literal, with literal beings like reptilians and serpent seraphim characters.
I address that comment you make, Chance, directly with the idea of marketing. How do you market a book? You have to choose a name, you have to choose a cover, you have to find a niche audience. And how do you take 7 to 8 years of your life, put it into a book, and then no one knows about it? How do you take the work that you've done, and then the word is marketing? The word is, how do you market the book? So having to tie in other ideas such as reptilians, David Icke, holographic culture, matrix ideas, simulation theory, UFOs, ufology, that has to be a bridge between those ideas and his work to get you to have an interest in his work, because you have a pre-existing interest and an affinity towards the ideas he's already talking about. And then once he gets that audience, he can then further his work and separate himself from those chains of provenance in the marketing of the book and the search engine optimization and genre and all of these artificial layers placed upon a work, to then be able to put it in a certain Dewey Decimal System in a library, or in a Library of Congress. There has to be keywords in the cover of the book, and he self-publishes these books. So he has to figure out, how do I share this work? And he has multiple interests, so then he has to try to tie together his multiple interests and then coin new words to describe what his work actually is. Scaphology. What does scaphology mean? So he's fighting an uphill
Scaphology is the study of angelic sailors,
right?
Or the ufological study of ancient scriptures and mythology and artwork.
Right. So then, direct to your point, is he not clear enough on whether all of these words, images, pieces of art, ideas in your mind, are they merely that? Are they just wordplay and puns and derivations and collusions? And what's the other word Occult Priestess said? Where you conflate two ideas and then you lose the original meaning of both.
And there's a euhemerism, which is a term for when historical figures are given mythological stories put on top of their existence to make them into a deified individual.
Yes.
Yeah, all the points you're making are fantastic. I probably would have to agree that he's clearly an intelligent man, and that's maybe a strategy.
That is how I would describe it, because I've heard him describe it in those terms exactly.
Now, a point that I made specifically was about the seraph connection to Serapis or Serapes.
Serapis.
Or Serapis.
Mhm.
Yeah, depending on which dialect you're going to pronounce it with. And this is basically a proto-Jesus character as well. and he's the good serpent or the wise serpent, like Jesus Christ says, "Be ye wise as serpents." And Moses, or in Hebrew, Moshe, which means the initiate, he heals by raising the brazen serpent. And also interesting about Serapis is that he wears this cylindrical crown, which is called a modius, and it's like a representation of a container or a basket for a fruitful harvest. It's a cornucopia. So it's one of these figures where you can see that the symbolism is very slippery, because you might get horns, or you might get a basket, or you might get a fortress, but they all represent the fruitful idea, whether it's as the bull, which is the strong bull or the strong fortification idea, or the goddess of the harvest, the Virgo.
Right. So going back to the idea of framing something in the context to isolate the symbol within the frame, you need to then compare the symbols within the image in that frame, in that context, and build that lexicon in that instance. And Pierre Sabak takes the word, the symbol, and then has to speak in general, and then also go into the specific. And that is requiring a level of nuance and uncertainty about the origin, which came first. What is the chain of custody, the provenance of a symbol? Who first coined a term, right? We ask that question often. Who first coined a term? Well, that idea probably already existed in another culture, but we don't speak that language. Maybe it was lost to time. Maybe it was Sanskrit. But to make a general symbol dictionary and not have it be so many pages and so many words is the challenge that Pierre Sabak undertook in writing these books. And he's trying to put them in a logical order from A to B to C to Z, but there's all these other languages. So he's noticing the patterns. He's pointing out the patterns. He has far more information to say about all of these words and symbols, but they're contained within the constraint of the covers of the book. Literally, there's only so many words he can print on paper and then box it up and ship it out to you. And that's what we struggle to do on Weaving Spiders Welcome, is to take all of the ideas that rush to us at once and then one at a time take turns to contribute to the weave, knowing that it's heartbreaking sometimes when really great epiphanies are left under the table, not even put on the table to look at, because there's so much goodness to share, which is great for us, which means we'll never run out of hot air to speak about all of this exciting stuff. And I need to learn to end on a different inflection so you don't assume that it's a dramatic pause in my thought.
We can have a little dead air with the hot air.
Noble gases are back.
Nice.
No bull, because
bull.
Serapis was associated with the Apis bull.
Right.
The Ouroboros, which is a serpent.
It's the bull horns.
Oros is a word for bull, or from Urus, I think.
If I'm getting this in front of the block so you can see the bull horns.
Nice.
It's like hand symbolisms, mudras. Yes, I keep going back to Pierre Sabak, reading his work, which is a gateway drug to all of these ideas. And as culture grows more familiar with the work that he's done, we can spiral upwards, downwards, outwards, deep and wide, and do our own research with these ideas.
The last thing about Serapis is that he was worshipped by Gnostic sects at the time as Serapis Christus or something, or Christius, and his bishops were called bishops of Christ.
BOC, Bach.
Yeah, and it's got ops in it because they are the bishop C.
Bishops.
Right.
Nice. Nice.
They see, they
Right.
watch, they're watchers. This is something Sabak doesn't really talk a lot about the symbolism in the names of different aspects of the priest hierarchy, at least as far as I've gotten in Murder of Reality in modern times with, like, you know, the Holy See, the Bishop See, the Episcopacy, or however you say that word.
Nice.
Episcopacy, that's the word. And that's got Pisces in it too, encoded in it. And I think Epop is the name of a priest of the Eleusinian mysteries, is an Epop. So even in the episcopacy, which is a word for the administration of the Vatican, you have all that.
Vatican libraries, Vatican secret archives. What books do they have that we don't have is always a question we ask. Question I will ask you all. I shared the conspiracy theory video with Jesse Ventura and Tracy Twyman. Has everyone seen that? The episode, they talk about the topic of reptilians. In this episode, Jesse Ventura wants to get to the root of this reptilian agenda.
I don't think I've probably watched it back when it was in its days. I didn't rewatch it, but I saw you sent it.
Jim, did you see this?
The conspiracy theory?
Conspiracy theory with Jesse Ventura. And this episode features Tracy Twyman.
I listened to it. I heard, when you guys were watching it, I heard it. Mine didn't play or download all the way.
Okay.
But yeah, I got the gist of it. I'd like to watch it again though.
Certainly.
For sure.
Certainly. In this episode, Jesse Ventura meets with Tracy Twyman in a dark tunnel, and she's wearing her glasses like Matrix style, round, dark lenses. It's very mysterious, and it's very entertaining. So Jesse Ventura makes the most entertaining show he can with Sean Stone. Is that Oliver Stone's son, Sean Stone? And then Clyde Lewis from Ground Zero also makes an appearance. And David Icke makes an appearance. So David Icke, being the person who is probably most famously associated with reptilians, makes an appearance. It's a very interesting episode for many reasons. One of the most interesting reasons for me is that Jesse Ventura, being the Jesse the Body, the governor of Minnesota, the first independent governor of the state of Minnesota, who was also in the movie Predator, who holds the big guns and wants to shoot at the alien reptilian predator. So jumping to the end and completely spoiling it in some ways, Jesse Ventura, a military man, has the idea that the reptilians must be real. They must be flesh and blood. They must be existing in flesh and blood, real threat to humanity, so that Jesse the Body can take his Gatling gun and fill it full of lead and destroy the alien reptilian entity threat. So for some people, it's very comforting to know that the former governor of Minnesota tells you that reptilians might be real and they might live in deep underground military bases, but we have bullets, real steel, real metal, real weapons that can fight against real mechanical flesh and blood 3D world realm meat suits that we can fill with lead and destroy them. It's the same thing with Independence Day, the movie. Those aliens are real flesh and blood, and they can really be destroyed when you fly into their mothership and drop a bomb and blow it up. And because you've destroyed their physical body, then the threat is over.
Right.
I think my rant is over. Did I say anything important?
There's a lot there.
Yeah.
I have a diverging path, but I don't want to take us away from this part.
Mm-hmm.
And for some people, they are what I might call literalists or symbolic literalists. Some people also read the King James Version of the Bible as the only definitive version of the Bible, and it is the divine inspired written word of God, and every word in it is literal. And there's a training, there's an education, there's a tradition of literalism and fundamentalism that some people are more apt to accept into their minds as a means of understanding or comprehending and dealing with the difficulties in the scripture. So to say that evil is real and it's flesh and blood and it can be destroyed with bullets through war, and we can frame a living man as the Antichrist, as the Satan, as the great beast 666, as something that we can actually go and meet and wrestle with, flesh and blood, mano y mano, in the ring, wrestling, boxing, Muay Thai, whatever it is. For some men, that's a very, I can provide for you, I can provide safety for you. But if it's like all in the mind, man, then it's a mind war, and that's a different thing. But if we bring it back to earth, grounded, flesh and blood, battlefields, killing fields, yeah, soldiers, send them out, let them fight. And that's where Pierre Sabak is talking about the military tradition, with the Malak word being angel, messenger, scout. It's all a classified military tradition, hierarchy system that the symbols use. And that's what our world is based upon. Martial law, military law, commercial code. It's all this idea that we have goods and services and land and women and children that we want to protect. The women and children have a value on them. They could be sold into human trafficking and sexual slavery. So we protect them through having military armies, which means we need to have scouts and spies and espionage and disinformation, and then controlling the mind. And that's what Pierre Sabak is best at describing, the classified military tradition and the rulers, the principalities, and the stories we talk about with who is the king, who is a military leader, who is a messenger, who is a knight, Knights of Malta. All these topics we talk about have symbols and language. And that's what civilians with civilian education do not get access to. They don't have clearance to receive classified information.
Yes. Terms of art. They have these diversified terms of art that the civilian class does not get. The servile class does not get the terms of art.
So I was revisiting the video game Skyrim, and I hadn't played it since before I ever started researching anything in the occult. it's a 10-year-old game, and I think I last played it when it was new. I was going through it to check out what the story would have in it, because clearly, to me now, with the eyes I see through in the modern day, this is like the new Hollywood in terms of retelling the greatest story ever told over and over again. I mean, the developer of Skyrim is Bethesda in Bethesda, Maryland, right outside DC, right near all the Alphabet Agency headquarters. So, to try to summarize, like in a nutshell, what I found interesting about the plot of this game is that the world used to have dragons in it. Dragons, or like human beings, humanoids, existed to serve the dragons, but the dragons were cruel, and they had a mastery over language, the voice, and they used that to control humanity. And some humans, there was apparently like the god above God or whatever, some higher being imbued a bloodline of humanity with dragon blood so that they could learn the voice and teach it to other humans. And so the plot of the game Skyrim, the main character is far in the future after humanity overthrew the dragons, but they've returned because even though their bodies were destroyed, they could be resurrected. They're actually immortal because their spirits were never, or their souls were never destroyed. And like the chief dragon, Yaldabaoth type characters returned for the purpose of destroying the entire world so that the next world can be made. And the main character that you play as is the last dragon born and has to learn the dragon's language to defeat them. And so you have to learn, the dragon bloodline also became the rulers of the humans empire that lasted all the time from when the dragons are originally kicked out or killed, at least their mortal bodies. So there's this whole thing is right there again, and even in video games. Now, whether or not that's like, I don't know what the purpose of that is. When you really look into the depth of the Skyrim lore, it's like they've just repackaged the classic pantheons, but given them different names, essentially. It's interesting, but what I found there to connect it was the language aspect. You had to learn their words, but you had to have their blood to use them. The hybrid bloodline, hybrid program thing.
So I just did a quick decode on Bethesda. Little anagram. And you get Beth, which means house, in Sod, Sade, which is as in the way that Marquis de Sade spelled his name. And there's some filling in the blanks here, but the House of Saud is the Saudi Arabia. It's the only country that's named after a family. But there are some stretches between Marquis de Sade and the House of Saud, but their commonality is sadomasochism.
There's a lot of sadistic stuff in that game.
Yeah.
I just realized something as well too.
Yeah.
I don't know that I can share video anymore. Probably can.
Mm-hmm.
But our title of our show, Dong, the Dongo, Dongo's Cavern in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, is a temple. It's a dungeon you go into.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there's the infernal dinosaur king, the Dongo. It's a large dragon-like monster that Link and his fairy have to defeat
Link in the green for the courage and the heart.
Nice.
Who uses the Triforce or the Trinity.
There's videos of it. I don't know that I can play them, but just had to make that connection.
Nice.
I remember that very well. Probably slew that dragon 20 times in my life.
So just a quick footnote, one of the hallmarks of the Echidna is that she lived out her life in a cave. And so, Chance, have you watched The Eternals yet?
Not yet. I'm going to take notes when I do.
When you get there, the cave thing comes into play in a crucial scene with the Echidna towards the end. But that is one of the hallmarks of the Echidna, is she just spends her whole existence in a cave pumping out babies. And I mentioned it in my video, but in German, Ich Keidne means I'm kidding. And I just found that strangely poetic that she was pushing out kids for her entire existence until Agar came and killed her. He's covered in eyeballs. Is that right? Argus, who's covered in 100 eyeballs, comes and slays her in her sleep. He gets her while she's sleeping. Cheap shot.
Is Argus Argao? Because he understands the language, he can see it from multiple perspectives. He can see the parallel meanings with his many eyes.
Yes, he has eyes to hear and ears to see.
Man, I think I had 2 points there, but by the time I said one sentence, the other one fled. So I might be at the end of my rope here.
No, Chance. No, step away. Step away.
It's been so good.
No, don't talk about ropes. It's not the end of the rope. There is hope. There's another day. If we stay awake a few more hours, the sun will rise and we'll have the light.
And a few more hours after that, I'm doing a stream with Jim and SB on Interverse.
Oh, sweet.
That's at 6 p.m. Central.
Sweet. So let me read this quick little snippet that I just want to share because Gordy brought it up. It ties everything back to, for me, to Rasputin. So the people who killed Rasputin were they were British spies. They were members of SIS. And let me see if I can pull it up from the WikiWeave. So, okay, real quick. This is from Wikipedia, where they are describing the death of Rasputin and some of the theories around his death. Theory of British involvement. Some writers have suggested the agents of the British Secret Intelligence Services, SIS, were involved in Rasputin's assassination. According to this theory, British agents were concerned that Rasputin was urging the Tsar to make separate peace with Germany, which we've talked about, that there was a German princess on the Russian throne, Alexandra, which would allow Germany to consecrate its military efforts on the Western Front. There are several variants of this theory, but they generally suggest that British intelligence agency are directly involved in planning and carrying out the assassination under the command of Samuel Hoare, Hoare, and Oswald Rayner, who attended Oxford University with Yusupov, and Rayner personally shot Rasputin. Now, this is really amazing because we have an Oswald killing a mystic figurehead who becomes a legend of
a son character.
Yep.
JFK, lion.
Yep. And they don't say it in this description, but I think Oswald had to kill him from a window from up above. I think Rasputin was running through the courtyard, and I think Oswald shot him from an elevated window down into a public plaza, just like the JFK ritual, which is amazing to me. That's amazing to me. But I think it's beautiful that occult priestess mentioned that Rasputin has a lot of Crowley-like characteristics in that sex magic, in that occult leader, in that euhemism, or what is it? What's the word, Chance?
Euherism.
Euherism, where
I
he
believe
gained,
that's how it is
yes,
pronounced.
yeah, larger than life mythology, just gaining momentum over time.
Well, think of, you said his name was Oswald Rayner.
Yes.
I just was thinking like how they poison him. So that's the summer sun is poisoned and begins to die. And he dies at the hands of the transition between Capricorn and Aquarius. Rayner, Aquarius, that's the rainy season of the
Nice.
Mazzaroth.
Nice.
The water bearer there, which is
yes,
bringing us back to Janus, because that's John.
Nice. JFK. Yep. And also there's fuckery with the autopsy. Autopsy report goes missing, and there's all kinds of, and then there's a shot in the head. There is a head shot involved. The name Kennedy means head wound. The parallels are just to the moon.
Didn't they cut his head off as well in the end?
I don't think so. I
I thought they like cut Rasputin to pieces or something once they pulled out the bag, pulled him out of his reed basket.
There was post-mortem trauma, it reported, allegedly. So they really, and that's kind of part of the JFK scramble, is like they come at it from, they're just fucking with the evidence so that the mythology can build, and the assumptions, presumptions, and speculations can just euphemism forever. So
that's a term meaning mythological narrative attributes applied to a historical figure.
Yeah. What were you going to say, Jim?
Oh, I maybe it was a movie that I saw where they were like, and then when his head finally died, it was like 10 minutes after they tried to start killing him.
Yeah. That's one of his many labels, is the man who could not be killed.
Maybe it was Ghostbusters or something. It seems like it makes me think of John the Baptist.
Oh, damn.
Also a wild man.
Yes.
Yeah, he wore a leopard skin, just like the priests of, is it Apis or Hathor that wore leopard skins?
Right.
That was a thing.
Right. Man, that's beautiful. And there's something, okay.
And pard. Like pard is a word for leopards without Leo. You could just call them a pard.
Okay.
Which is padre, pard.
Oh my gosh.
Pardoner, a Leo pardoner.
Leo partner.
Yeah.
Dolly Parton.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Man, this weave is going to go thick and heavy. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get to the end, but I just got to point out another component to what we're saying here is the Hyksos Exodus has been taken out of the story, has been removed, devalidated over time. And only those who are in the know can bring themselves into certain influence by proving that they know these missing links to the story, this cat cult. And the Hyksos Exodus, just a quick side note, is a character much like Moses with a different name. It has the PH in his name, the high priest in his name, but he left with the Hyksos with 80,000 lepers. And this, I believe, was the event, the Exodus that occurred in America when it was the land of Egypt, under the reign of Egypt. In the Exodus, the second Hyksos Exodus actually happened over in Egypt, as we're told more recently, with 280,000 people. So the first Hyksos Exodus had lepers, and they got cut out of the story. John the Baptist wears the leopard print, and he doesn't get his just desserts. So there's a pattern of taking the cats and the lepers and the bloodline of these people out of the story. Mississippi, Miss Isis is Mrs. She's separated. So there's another one. So I'm just going to read this because, gosh, we're all over the place, but this is beautiful. And there are no cats in the Bible. No cats. There are lions, only lions. There are no mention of cats. Okay. So today, the same day I'm reading about the SIS, the Secret Service of England, I'm also digging into my secret society's handbook. And I find this secret society, another one that I never heard of. And I was like, wow, I thought I'd gone through this book and I would have thought that these guys would have jumped out at me. It's the Essex Junto. Essex Junto. And
Sounds a lot like Hyksos.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And
Hotel
then there's
Coral Essex.
yeah. What's that?
Oh, it's from a movie. Hot oral sex. Hotel Coral Essex, and then some of the neon lights burn out, so it says hot oral sex. I think it's from
A long time ago, we looked at some of the cover art for music by a DJ called Essex, who has a song with another DJ, Space Jesus.
Oh my gosh.
With mind control symbolism in the cover. That was a long time ago.
Oh my gosh. Look what SB just sent us. Space Jam Jesus.
Right when I said that, huh?
Right.
Space Jesus, yeah. Well, now we got to pull up that Essex Space Jesus album cover.
Oh my gosh, that's beautiful. All right. I'm going to try to blaze through this real quick because I know it's getting late.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm still doing here.
Okay. The Essex Junto were a group of Federalists from New England who opposed Thomas Jefferson's election in 1800 and 1804. They included Massachusetts Senator George Cabot, Judge John Lowell, former Secretary of State Timothy Pickering, Stephen Higgins, Massachusetts Supreme Court Justice Theophilus, you hear the oaf, O-P-H, Theophilus Parsons. And Jack Parsons is depicted by Captain Marvel. Marvel Ironside Parsons he loses his office and is depicted as a woman in the Marvel series. And Judge Tapping Reeve, as well as the Forbes, Cushing, Perkins, Sturgis, and Payne families. So it reads like a short list, but when you throw 5 or 6 families at the end, you've got some crazy dynasty fortunes coming into the mix here. Jefferson was widely popular after the Louisiana Purchase, which is where Egypt was sold through the French conquering it, and Napoleon and the whole Waterloo backstab double back. This is a huge part of rewriting history. So Jefferson was widely popular after the Louisiana Purchase and the repeal of excise tax on whiskey. The Essex Junto began plotting before the elections to remove their states from the Union. They wanted to create a Northern Confederacy from the states of Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Vermont, New York, and New Jersey. And I'll just point out that road is RH Ode. They planned to do this by putting up their own candidate for the governorship of New York, Aaron Burr, who, once elected, would lead the state out of the Union. Burr was unsuccessful, largely due to the maneuverings of the United States nationalist leader and former Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton, who gave his support to Jefferson. Hamilton called Burr a dangerous man and one who ought not to be trusted with the reins of the government. Hamilton was murdered in July of 1804 in a duel set up by Burr, who then continued in his abortive secret plan to form a new republic in the Southwest composed of the Southern United States territory and Spanish Mexico. The Essex Junto wanted to secede from the United States because Jefferson's policies damaged their own illegal business interests. The Cabot, Lowell, Higgins families were smuggler millionaires whose fortune came from the Turkish opium trade to China. They had been forced out of the slave trade by the United States law and the Caribbean slave revolts, and didn't want to see their other interests destroyed. Financed by Britain's Barings Bank, Connecticut was the heart of the United States opium racket by the 1830s. The Cabots, Lowells, and other blue blood families also controlled and patronized Harvard. The Treason in America, in the book Treason in America by Anton Chaikin, he claims that the Essex Junto was working in close collaboration with agents of the British Secret Service, SIS, and most importantly, with British SIS intelligence service Sir John Robinson, Robison. From then to the present day, the family traditions and financial connections of those circles have been intimately associated with the British SIS. This is the same John Robison who, in 1789, wrote Proofs of a Conspiracy, in which he exposes the Illuminati, about whom he wrote, their first and immediate aim is to get possession of riches, power, and influence without industry, and to accomplish this, they want to abolish Christianity and then dissolute manners and universal profligacy, Profligacy, profligacy.
It means you're a profligate.
Okay. And will procure them and adherents of all the wicked and enable them to overturn all civil governments of Europe, after which they will think of farther conquests at the extent their operations to the other quarters of the globe, till they have reduced humankind to a state of one indistinguishable chaotic mass. And then it says, Chaitkin believes this book to be the source of the Illuminati myth. He makes a case for this being the red herring intended to deflect attention away from the treasonous horde, which he orchestrated. This idea is reinforced by Robert Allen Goldberg's book, Enemies Within. So this is paralleling, early 1800s paralleling. From the book, Enemies Within. Writing in the aftermath of the French Revolution, these monarchists had created a counter-history in defense of the aristocracy. The revolution, they argued, was not rooted in poverty and despotism. Rather than a rising of the masses, it was a It was the work of Adam Weishaupt's Illuminati, a secret society that plotted to destroy all civil and religious authority and abolish marriage, the family, and private property. And that is really interesting because we have that, we've been talking about private and public, that inversion, the dragging of the private out into the public. It makes absolute sense that the British Secret Service would be closely linked to any plot that threatened the American Union and could reverse the effects of the American Revolution. Hence, writs of reprisal and prize law and discovery. Jeffrey Brackeen points out in The Seventh Trumpet, industrialization beginning in the late 1700s created a demand for the new markets and increased raw materials. Both demands spurred accelerated expansions of empire. The wealthy investors amassed fortunes by setting up large-scale industrial and trading operations, leading to the emergence of an influential capitalist elite. Like any other elite, capitalists used their wealth and influence to further their own interests however they could. And one family they don't mention, but I bet was balls deep, was the DuPonts. With their gunpowder and their warmongering.
I just want to do a quick decode on Adam Weishaupt.
Yeah.
The Weiss means white. Haupt means a big head, and also is a colloquialism for the head of a guild or an organization.
Whew. KKK status.
I mean, even that doesn't even seem like a real name then when you realize that. Adam.
It's a position. It's like the pirate Judge or Dread Roberts.
Yes.
It's like the name you take when you are the head position.
Oh, right. It's a mantle.
A mantle.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, just like the Templars leaders were always called like Jacques or Jean or Jean.
Sweet. Okay, one last paragraph here. The fact that the Essex junto was unsuccessful does not lessen the important fact that 200 years ago, a powerful elite conspired to change the course of a nation's history in order to further its own business interests. It is somehow easier to believe in the existence of such a secret cabal when it has long passed into history, but it is much harder to admit to ourselves or prove that the same thing is happening today, only this time it is on a global scale. And there's that's funny, global and scale. There's the serpent in the egg.
Yeah.
Well, even the word global is like global, and Bel is Baal, and he glows because he's the sun.
Yes, the global. All right, I just had to get that in the mix because it felt like it brought us all the way back to the Rasputin and
wow.
Yeah, the British Secret Service and basically undoing the Revolutionary War. And that's the reason you don't have a constitution, because you signed up with this pirate guy who's a lawyer who's going to hold your shield for you. So now you don't have a family crest and you're removed off the land. It all makes so much sense.
What a mire it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where we're at today is just, it's a mess.
Yes. And it's amazing that somehow the more I get my head around history, the more my feet are under me, the more attachment to the earth I have, the more stability I have, the better kung fu stance I have. And whatever questions are coming at me, I can be like, today over dinner, I had dinner with my mom tonight, and I convinced her quite easily that the Knights Templar were controlling trade routes in America before Columbus got here, and that they are still running shit from Exxon. And how the Exxon logo is a Knights Templar logo. But here we have, check it out, guys. The word Leo is the word oil in reverse. In the Knights
Boy.
Templar were kissing that cat ass as an initiation ritual.
Oil.
Oil and
X.
liaison.
It makes me think of how the Hyksos and their descendants have afflicted humanity with excess as their
Nice.
main tool.
Nice.
And ES is the fire. It means the fire. And you have the X and the fire.
Wow.
Fire at the X, fire at the target.
Right.
Hit them with excessive poison, excessive pornography, excessive demoralization, excessive violence.
Yes. And even
excessive taxation.
Yeah. And that's even a thing about the I call government, it's the whore of Babylon, it's the giver monster. And it will say yes, it'll give you excess, so much, as long as you just give loyalty to it.
Yeah. And what happens when you have excess? You get
my computer freezes when I have excess tabs open. Is that what you mean?
Does it make you like a Bacchae? A Bacchante? A buccaneer?
Bacchante, this is getting spicier and spicier.
And yes is a name for the sun.
Nice.
And Sir, Tyre, also pronounced SIR, Sir, is a name for the rock or the Lord.
Right.
So when you say yes, sir, you're literally saying sun god, basically. And interestingly enough, too, with Sir, Sir is in Middle English. I almost said English. You've got the F and the S are interchangeable in typeface from back then.
Oh, damn.
So Sir can also be fur, FIR, and phonetically fur, FUR, or from the root where you get fire. So fire keeps you warm. You wear furs to get warm, and you burn the fir tree during the winter for warmth.
Wow.
And the pines of the fir tree, like the porcupine or
Yes.
Persephone. I can't remember. The romanization is pronounced with pine at the end. Prosper Pine. That's the romanization of Persephone.
Nice, Chance. Damn, pulling that out this late at night. Well done.
I'm laying in bed with all the lights off, just like waiting to turn off this phone and go to sleep.
Dude, that's brilliant. So I already made a video, but it's going to probably come out. Wait till tomorrow. But when it comes out, I talk about the switch over from F to S. And I did it through gematria because in septenary, they're both sixes. But I love that you just pointed out that they're interchangeable in old typeface. That's so fucking awesome.
Middle English.
I have some cookies
the
for all
that
of you.
look like F's. I just ate cookie dough that I could have baked, and I just ate the cookie dough.
You all get a cookie.
That's
cookie.
How I'm staying awake is with a sugar rush.
Holy Knights Templar, y'all.
12 rings, 12 apostles, Knights Templar found in the 12th century AD. The cross of Lorraine used by early Knights Templar. Jerusalem cross, emblem of the Knights Templar. And that Knights Templar cross seen from above could be a pyramid structure. You have the four faces of the pyramid, which connects us to Switzerland and the Red Cross in Switzerland and the Hyksos and the red and white Egypt and on it goes. But it's just, dude, it's just an Oreo cookie. Just
but you could
try the
spell
cream
Oreo. It could be spelled ORIO. Oreo. Same phonetics. It's the or of IO. The light of is 10. This is a satanic cookie.
Yeah. And
it'll Argus you up. I mean, sugar you up.
12 is 3 and 4 is 12, and 4 is a square, and 3 is the points of a compass.
Yep.
Symbol of sulfur also.
Nice. We also have Swiss Lind. There's the lions. Veneration of the cat.
What secret society is behind the Hydrox cookie?
That's a mystery for another weave.
The Hyksos Hydrox cookie.
Probably the same guys.
Is this where the tea comes in? The hot tea? The fire of the cross, the excess.
Excess.
Oreos.
And
to excess.
T was once an anagram for taxed enough already. TEA.
I think that's it though. I think excess is where we get hot tea. That's how we weave that from the title.
I love it.
S meaning fire.
Go to ExxonMobil to buy the Oreo cookie to see the Texas T, double T, cross, sign of sulfur.
Wow. An exodose. That's 2 crosses.
2 cookies. Well, you have the top of the cookie and the bottom of the cookie. That's 2 cookies with a cream filling.
It's
Is it a double cross, Gabriel?
Yes.
You being double crossed by pirates.
I have a York peppermint patty. What does that tell you?
I wonder about the double cross being like something Snake Jones said a couple of days ago.
Guys, how do I get out of here?
We're almost done. We can
Find the exit. Exit through the gift shop. Exit through the gift shop.
It's 3:33.
Buy a T-shirt. Buy our merchandise. Like and subscribe. Hit that notification bell. What all do we have to say to end the stream? What is the magic word to end the stream? Oh wait, I could just show Louis Anderson videos. Can I find a Louis Anderson video to stream?
Oh snap!
Yeah, I can play a song out if you guys
Gabriel's
want.
got a thing, and then wrap us up, Gabriel.
All right. So double cross, exodose, the Hyksos, then the exodose. Snake was saying, what if my ancestors were removed from their land, from this land, taken abroad, and then brought back and convinced that they were foreigners? And I thought
exodus.
A double exodus. I thought that was crazy brilliant. And wouldn't that be the ultimate double cross? To remove you from the land, then when you get your roots settled in somewhere else and you think that's where you're from and the family history starts to build, then you come back and you're told that you're a foreigner and you don't even belong here and there are people here before you. Now you're an African American when in fact maybe you were already in America. They just put you on a boat, moved you back to somewhere else in America and said, guess what? You don't belong here. There's that alternative. I love that alternative. It's like when they call us alternative media, they're basically saying you have no standing. You don't belong here. Double crossed.
Double cross. There's a lot to chew on there.
Yeah, brother. This
Double
was
stuffed cookies.
This was a freaking glorious weave, brothers.
Great weave.
Yeah, we really hit a stride.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, guys. I've made it to the end of one. When does that ever happen?
Yeah.
It's probably pretty early for you.
Echidna. Look, there's an echidna in the cave.
Raised over 100 young. The main daughter was eating. Now the spider and go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found it, and raised over. The crack cocaine spider figures building things was more sucker. Spider was lost.